All right, are we ready? Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right, hey. Yeah, we gotta get going. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Washoe County Chambers this morning for the BCC County Commission meeting. We will call to order the regular meeting of the Washoe County Board of Commissioners for June 13, 2017. At this time, I need a salute to the flag, and we have an esteemed guest, Mr. Assemblyman Ira Hansen is with us. Mr. Hansen, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, please?
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Assemblyman. Next, roll call, please.
Thank you. Chairman Bob Lucy.
Here.
Vice Chair Marcia Burke-Bigler.
Here.
Kitty Jung.
Present.
Von Hartung is absent. Jeannie Herman.
Here.
County Manager John Slaughter.
Present.
Assistant District Attorney Paul Liparelli.
Here.
I'm Nancy Parent, County Clerk. You have a quorum, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next is public comment. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, item 3, public comment. Comment heard under this item is limited to 3 minutes per person and may pertain to matters both on and off the commission agenda. The commission will also hear public comment during individual action items with comment limited to 3 minutes per person, and comments are to be made to the commission as a whole.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. This time I will call the public comment. I'm going to call the individual speaker first, and then obviously we will have you queue up. We have quite a few this morning. I will call the next name in line. So first we have Mr. Jeff Staffelbach, and then after him will be Mr. Kent Alland.
Wow, name up in lights. Is this on?
It is.
Okay.
Good morning, sir.
Hi, yeah, my name's Jeff Staffelbach. I live in Spanish Springs. I'm here to talk about the medical marijuana store that wants to open up in our area. First question is, why do they need to relocate? I don't know. They didn't answer that very well at the last meeting I went to at the Lazy Five Park. So anyway, where they want to put it is at the corner of La Posada and Pyramid Highway, and that's pretty much the second or third most busiest intersection on Pyramid Highway. Also, one thing that came to light, excuse me, when my wife and I moved to Spanish Springs, is our car insurance went up, and we asked the insurance company why, and they said because of the busy Pyramid Highway. That was a reason. There's a lot of accidents on Pyramid Highway. It's the road that people go to get to Burning Man. There are close proximity to schools. There's roughly, I think, 5 schools in the area, including, I think it's 3 elementaries, 1 intermediate, and 1 high school. Also, right behind the site where they want to put the store is a fire station, which is also considered a safe haven for children. And I don't know if that constitutes as a community service center or not, but I'm not sure about that. Asked them at the meeting that they had at the Lazy Five Park, why don't they put it in the industrial park down the road? There's plenty of offices, plenty of little areas where they could. He said, well, basically, we're a business, and we probably wouldn't survive there. If they're needed, they would survive. Also, in the industrial park, there was some concern about it being close to where all these truck drivers drive and things like that, and truck drivers are drug tested. My question is, are the employees of the marijuana store drug tested? Also, asked them about billboards and things of sorts like that. They said, well, we would conform to the state regulations. Well, just Friday, my wife and I were driving west on Highway 80 near Wells Avenue and saw a huge billboard for the dispensary in downtown Reno. I don't think that's really appropriate for our area.
Thank you, Mr. Staffelbach. Thank you. Next, Mr. Kent Allen, followed by Mr. Danny Cleus.
Thank you, Commissioners, for the opportunity to come and express our viewpoints. We've been here twice before and received unanimous support not to allow this kind of thing to happen in Spanish Springs. The message is Spanish Springs does not want any kind of marijuana dispensary, medical marijuana, etc., because of what the prior gentleman just had to say to you is fact and true. Marijuana is a gateway drug. I know an individual living in Spanish Springs that got involved with marijuana. The life of this individual then turned into higher drugs. Fortunately, through several years of rehab, was able to get off of the drugs, but she confesses that it was because of the gateway drug of marijuana. In the United States, 32,000 people died in traffic accidents. In 31% of those were due to drugs. More than 1.2 million people were arrested for driving under the influence of alcohol or drugs in 2011, 1 in 173 drivers. In our state, 27,819 people were injured and 257 lost their lives in 2010. The three leading driving factors for fatal traffic accidents had been drinking and drug involvement, or an alternating or another factor involved is the inattentive and distracted drivers. Marijuana is distractive. It influences the brain activities and judgment is impaired. We do not want marijuana in our community. There are too many young families, young children that are frequenting the area around the intersection of La Posada and Pyramid Highway. We expect your continuous support of disapproving any kind of permit for marijuana in our community. We do not want it in Spanish Springs, and your support and intelligent decision, the health and welfare of the people. Mrs. Young is on the Health
Sir.
Committee.
If you can continue to address the commission as a whole, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
The commission has individuals who have particular assignments on health committees and have the understanding of the medical impairment that this drug would bring into our community. Some say, well, it's similar to alcohol. We just read a third of accidents are caused because of drugs and alcohol related. Please accept our plea. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Next, Mr. Danny Cleus, followed by Miss Rebecca Nord.
Danny Cleus for the record. I don't know who did it. I don't know why you guys did it. But Lemon Valley is still in the state of emergency. This is ongoing. It's month number 6. We still have water around houses that people cannot get into. It's not fair to pull us out of the state of emergency. We have barriers that are deteriorating. What happens when they let go? Are neighborhoods back into the emergency again? Are we going to have federal funding to fix that mess? We have water coming under the roadways into our ditches now. There's pump problems. They were just out there this week to fix the pumps. What happens? Obviously, Washoe County doesn't care. What happens if this is in your neighborhood? What happens if it's in your district? Are you going to fight for your people to do it? Or are you just going to let them go, say, hey, it's Mother Nature. We did what we can. We spent too much money. That comes out of you guys' mouth a lot. I guess the federal government didn't reimburse anything. You guys act like it's coming out of your pocket. It's our taxpayer dollars trying to fix our community. I got maintenance records for our area for the last 4 years. It doesn't even add up. 300 hours a year for the whole valley. Not too good. An hour here, hour there, it's not going to make it. We still have problems. Why isn't anything being done? We have a lot of problems, and nothing is getting done. We hear, oh yeah, we're working on it. Well, nobody's showing anything to be done about it. I hope you guys never have to be in the situation I'm in right now, and my community. Because once you guys get kicked out of your house, I bet you would do something.
Thank you, Mr. Cleus. Next is Mrs. Rebecca Nord, followed by Ms. Donna Robinson.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Nord, and I live out in Palomino Valley, the edge of Spanish Springs and Palomino Valley. My family has lived in that area, my parents, since the early 1980s. And I would caution you strongly to, before you put such a thing as the marijuana dispensary out in our area, anywhere along in our neighborhood area, which extends into town. This is the area we shop in. This is the area our children play in. Colorado, I'm sure you're familiar with the Colorado dispensaries, and what they found from that, and what we should be learning from that, is that the children are at high risk. They found that marijuana, when used as young adults and children, it increases mental illness in people. Are we prepared really to handle more mental illness in our area and keep them and our residents safe? Also, my concern is also with marijuana edibles. I have young children still that may not completely understand, nor may they be able to make judgments on being exposed to such things as marijuana edibles, which can be fatal to them. Because again, if they participate in the drug activity, they are not of clear mind to act appropriately and care for themselves and keep themselves and others safe. My son and I have one son that is a scout, and we went and sat in Sparks in the court, and there was a gentleman who was under the influence of drugs, and he did not yield. He didn't have the presence of mind while he was driving to yield to an emergency vehicle. The vehicle had been tailing him for quite a while, and he would not yield. He didn't have his presence of mind. We don't need that kind of behavior driving on our highway. That is the only road we can take to get to services into town or into the shopping areas and to schools. And also that 13-year-old will also be on the road in not too long, driving himself as a relatively new driver. There are also higher risks because it is not federally legal. There are a lot of trickle-down effects, obviously, that happen because of the federal law not being on board either. If you are in favor of this vote as a yes vote to have this dispensary, please put it in your yard. Put them all in your neighborhood. That would be my recommendation. Please say no.
Thank you, Ms. Nord. Next, we have Mrs. Donna Robinson, followed by Mr. Jeff Dold.
Donna Robinson, for the record. I live in Lemon Valley. I am one of the homeowners that can't live in her house. My house to this day is still red tagged. My septic, again, for the third time in 3 months, is full of water. Nothing can be done with my house. My insurance is taking its sweet time, and I just found out they're probably going to deny me. But you have limited the funds for us, because when you declared that the emergency was over, the Small Business Administration closed their disaster funds. I tried to apply for it yesterday. The deadline was a day after you declared there's no more emergency out there. And it is hurting the homeowners. We just found out about it last week. So we're very upset. There are numerous people from Lemon Valley here, and we want to be heard. Our emergency is not over. We have multiple people. There's at least 13 people that are still placed. Thank you for the apartment, but as of August 31st, we're being booted out, so we have nowhere to go. We have people whose homes are still surrounded by water. They can't get into their homes. What part of the emergency is over? It's not over for us. You know, Ms. Jung said back in May 9th that she was angry, and she let it known during the meeting. I wasn't here because I have to go try and get my home fixed. I have to take care of my horses at friends' houses. My dogs are at friends' houses. I have to go to my house twice a day to check on my property. I have spent more money in gas in this 6 months than I did last year. What part of the emergency is over? It's not over for us. So I am not happy with this board. Ms. Herman has been very helpful to us, but the rest of you are like, okay, we're done. We don't want to hear any more about it. No more community updates. No more community meetings. We're still in a state of emergency out there. When do we come out of the state of emergency? When I have to foreclose on my home? My credit is excellent right now. I'm trying not to get emotional, but it is an emotional thing for all of us out there. I have had 6 months of hell, and it's not over. And shame on you for ending the emergency when it's not over for us.
Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Thank you, Ms. Robinson. Next, we need Mr. Jeff Dold.
Good morning, Commissioner and Board. My name is Jeff Dold. I'm here to speak against the approval of a marijuana dispensary in Spanish Springs. My wife and I moved here 23 years ago, and since that time, there's been 2 other attempts to move a marijuana dispensary into our community, and we've denied those as well. If we're listening to the people that live in that community, you'll understand that there's no way that will ever be permitted. This stance is firm. As we raise children there, my wife and I have raised 6 children. We live 2 miles from where this dispensary is proposed. On the other side of the dispensary from our home is the middle school and the high school. We would have to have our children walk past the dispensary every day to school and walk home past the dispensary every day on the way from school if they attended those schools. We're now considering grandchildren in this community, and as these 23 years have passed, we've seen the community grow, and the development has been appealing except for this area where we've allowed such things to come into our community. We're denying that in every way that we can, even if it becomes what we consider legal. to allow that kind of dispensary to our community, it's still going to be fought in every possible way that we can. We're not going to just stand back because the law says it's okay to do it. Just because it's legal doesn't make it right. We've seen that with so many things, especially in our community. We want to make sure that the law protects us and, more importantly, our children, who have less capacity to make good decisions and more influenced by the surroundings. We don't want a dispensary near us to be the new central hub of crime. We don't want helicopters with their floodlights searching our neighborhood for the perpetrator who may have gotten the drugs illegally. We don't want to hear that the dispensary's been broken into once again. We don't want to have those people coming into our neighborhood looking for the recreational drugs that never belong there. I strongly urge you and all that you work with to fight against this approval of bringing a marijuana dispensary anywhere near Spanish Springs. So like I said, even if it is legal, we'll still fight it in every possible way that we can. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. This is a business meeting, and we need to conduct it as such. Thank you. Next, I'll have Mr. Kendall Inskip. I'm sorry, it was written down as Mr. I'm sorry.
Many times.
I apologize.
No problem at
Ms.
all.
Kendall Inskip,
Good morning.
the floor is yours.
My name is Kendall Inskip. I'm the Executive Director of the Education Alliance. With me today, I'm very proud to, where'd you go? Come on up. Alex Woodley is our President of the Board of Directors of the Education Alliance. I'm really delighted to have him here standing with me. We are here actually to personally thank each of you for your support of the Partners in Education program. Education Alliance is a unique nonprofit in that all of our efforts are directed at initiatives that bring education and community, business, government, nonprofits together to support student achievement and workforce development. And our flagship program is the Partners in Education program, or PI as we fondly like to call it. Education Alliance supports all 100-plus schools in the Washoe County School District through a 20-year relationship with the district and with UNR and TMCC. Our community benefits when we collectively contribute to K-12 education. We appreciate Washoe County for sharing our belief that education does not stop in the classroom. Students and teachers learn from the environment around them, from the resources that they are given, and the exposure to new experiences. Thank you for your loyal support of Glen Duncan Elementary School for those students, providing them with opportunities to enrich their experiences in diverse and needed careers and educational pathways, such as your fabulous career day last week. Huge success, and we thank you for that. We appreciate you being a model partner in education, for bringing real life into the classroom, as well as providing our students out of school career and educational opportunities that really they wouldn't otherwise experience. Your partnership is critical to our success, and we really look forward to our more meaningful work together. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And if I may, Chair?
Yes.
Alex Woodley for the record. Just wanted to thank you for your support for the whole commission, and also thank you for providing us a board member in our county manager, John Slaughter. We really appreciate his participation as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Woodley. Thank you,
Thank
Mrs.
you.
Inskip. Next, we have Mr. Jeff Peters, followed by Miss Nicole Farnsworth.
Morning. When I was a kid here in Washoe County, the Washoe County School District was one of the top school districts in the nation. Reno High School was in the top 20 in the nation when I attended there. Now our school district and state is 50th in the nation. And this is because of I believe, because of the people on the school boards and our administrators, not the teachers, making it one of the worst in the nation, if not the worst in the nation. I am against the location in Spanish Springs for the pot store. I volunteer a couple nights a week at 12-step meetings. Nobody there ever has used the word marijuana. They all use the word pot. And they all say that it is the gateway drug if you ask them. They all say they started with beer and then marijuana. Those are the first two steps, and then they're on meth, heroin, whatever it might be. I just remember when I was in high school, we had different groups of people, you know, you had the athletes, you had, you know, the people that were good students, then you had the stoners. I don't think we want to have stoners be in our neighborhood. I'd like to remind you that Democrats, self-serving Democrats, always pass these wonderful bills, but Republicans make all the money. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Ms. Nicole Farnsworth, followed by Mr. Sam Dene.
Thank you for hearing me here today. I'm opposed to the dispensary opening up on Pyramid Highway, and I would ask the commissioners to consider the impact that a constant visual of marijuana and the store and the dispensary and the advertisements that will go along with it could have on all of the students in our community. Seeing that twice a day, I think that there would be public outrage if schools put up these pictures twice a day during the school day. I think that most people would have a big problem with that, but that's exactly what's happening. By putting them so close to to so many public schools, I feel that our children are being targeted, and that's wrong. So this is not the right location. So close to schools, so close to a public library. This is a community where so many children live and are going to be seeing this every day. And even the visuals and the pictures and the advertisements aside, I don't think we want our children to see marijuana and this dispensary as a normal part of life. Just because it is legal, and I understand that it is legal, it doesn't need to be encouraged, especially in our young ones. We need to protect them, and exposing them to this, I feel, is morally and ethically wrong. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. Sam Dene, followed by Miss Debbie Borino.
Sam, DNA, Dene. The DNA of Reno government, that's me. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I'd like to see all the new people in the audience for the Sam Dene show. Sam Dene, Air Force Academy graduate, flew fighters and bombers, defending our nation against the enemies inside of the borders and outside of the borders. And for the last 25 years, I've spent my time defending the nation, this county, the city, against the bureaucrats, and especially against the Reno Gazette media mouse wacko freaks, as I call them politely. Sam, that's me. I hold more important records in America. I've had 6,527 public testimonies at these podiums, doing more good for the city than all the bureaucrats added together. I have more records than Babe Ruth, LeBron James, and Michael Jordan all added together. 7,900 walk-off homers, 4,500 perfect games. And today I had another victory I just found out. Of course, the media mouses weren't going to call me and tell me about it, and neither were these guys. 2 weeks ago, I was at this meeting, and I was wrongfully basically ordered out of the meeting because I wanted to speak on an agenda item according to the rules of the agenda. And they said, no, you can't talk on anything except action items. Nothing on the agenda that talked about action items. Guess what? Now they've got, he's looking over there, now they've got the Sam Dene for possible action law. You can read it now. It's all because of Sam Dene. Now action items, right there, you look at it, one after the other. For possible action, for possible action, for possible action. That wasn't on there 2 weeks ago. I filed an open meeting law complaint against these guys, and I didn't do it with any hard feelings. I even told the Attorney General not to punish them. Just asked him for an apology. The Attorney General found out about it, told him about it, and here we are. Big change, I guess another victory. Thank you, Mr. Slaughter. No, thank you for not thanking me. You should be thanking me, because now it's being done right. The people know when they can come up and talk and when they can't come to talk, and they won't be embarrassed by these people almost calling the police on them to have them ordered out of the meeting. So anyway, I'm a nice guy. Did everybody understand what I just said?
Mr. Dene.
Think about it.
Mr. Dene, I need you to address the commission, please.
I'm addressing you. I'm asking a question. I'm addressing you. There's another stupid law. Nothing says you have to address the commission. I'm here. These are the important people right there. They're the important people, not you. They're your bosses, not you. And I was not going to be
curmudgeon. The worst problem in our community is not these people. Not these people. The worst problem in our community is I can't even look back there, you're saying. Oh, remember that every time you come up here. Do not look the other way or you're going to be in trouble. Nice smiley face. Thank you. I can say thank you to them,
Mr.
can't I?
Newman. Miss Debbie Barino, followed by Mr. Chad Barino.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you. My name is Debbie Barino. I am a mother of 3 girls, and I live in Spanish Springs, and I want to talk to you about this dispensary that is going to go in Spanish Springs. I have a daughter who is in high school that will be passing this dispensary a number of times. My children like to walk to the grocery store that is going to be right next to it, and this is something I don't want my children to be around. Our children are faced with so many negative temptations in life, and I really don't want this temptation to be so accessible to our children, to be so close to them, for them to see it so often. I was talking to a pharmacist a while ago, and he was talking about how strong marijuana is, a lot stronger than it used to be years and years ago. And he was saying that with the use of marijuana, it can change the people, how they comprehend things. And I don't want this to be around my children. I know that there's a lot of things that we don't have control over, but we do have control over this. And I would like to say amen to everything that those that have been already, people who have already addressed this. I agree with everything that they are saying. Rebecca Nora talking about the edible little gummies or the candies that are going to be in our areas, and our children, they're naive. They have no clue that what could be in these items, and I don't want it. These are going to be our future leaders, and I want to raise them up, and I want to give them success, the opportunity to be successful in all that they do. And I know that I've seen a sign that says a DUI doesn't just mean alcohol. To me, that says that we need to make sure that we don't have we don't have the opportunity to make it so easily accessible to our children. Again, this is my first time talking publicly, so I'm a little nervous, but I'm so grateful that you guys have given this to me. And please, I ask you, please don't give this to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barino. Next, we have Mr. Chad Barino, followed by Ms. Lynette Peters.
Thank you for your time. I too am here to talk about the relocation of the dispensary to my backyard. I've been in the area for over 15 years, and I've taught the youth in the area. I've been a scoutmaster. I'm currently a scoutmaster. I've taught Rebecca Nord's son, and we do a lot of activities with the boys in that area. And driving past that area every day, having to explain this to them, they're curious, and they're going to be walking past this area, coming from school. They're going to see it, and they're going to start asking. My plea is that it's being relocated for a reason. Somebody doesn't want it in their backyard, and it's coming to my backyard, and that's what's scary. And so that's why I say we know what the right answer is. It's not to move it to this area, especially right on Pyramid. It's a huge area to look at, drive past. The advertisement is immense, and to put it in that area just is not correct. I was a substance abuse counselor for years, and we all know that this is a gateway drug, and it is something that will be abused in the area. So I plead with you guys to vote no on this, because it is the wrong step. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lynette Peters, followed by Ms. Mary Peterson.
Good morning. Thank you for giving us an opportunity to share our thoughts and insights about this. I would like to beg you to vote against putting in the medical marijuana dispensary in this particular location in Spanish Springs. I really believe there are other locations that would be safer for our children, that would prevent a lot of problems happening in our little community right there. With the printout that they gave us at the information meeting, they said that there were several other locations, but they weren't as good for business, and they won't be, because they aren't going to be on the burner's pathway going in, and they're not as close where they can have the great advertising that they would have there. But we know that this will become a recreational marijuana spot where people can get it. Because of the laws that have been passed, that is our concern, not that it's medical marijuana. If it was only a little medical marijuana dispensary, I don't think you'd have the concern that is here today. But knowing that it will become a recreational source for marijuana, it changes the dynamic. More adults having access to it means more kids are going to have access to what those adults purchase recreationally. That is going to increase the accidents and fatalities that occur on Pyramid Highway, and we know that that's a dangerous place. We know that as people use marijuana, they do stupid things. They just don't make wise choices and decisions. There's going to be more graffiti. There's going to be more breaking into people's houses so that you can get money to get your stuff. Since there are other locations and there are so many people here that would like you to move it to that other somewhere else outside our little family zone, we would really appreciate it if you would ask them to take it somewhere else. Thank you again for helping us, and we were really glad when you voted it down last time of that location. It's just across the street. It's not that different from last time. The same issues are all valid except the parking. They do have better parking at this location, which the biggest thing is vote for the people of Spanish Springs, not for a company that's coming out of Chicago. They aren't even residents here. So that's your choice. The people of Spanish Springs, or somebody that just wants to make money, and we're going to reap the negative consequences of that money.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. Next, we have Ms. Mary Peterson, followed by Ms. Jody Johnson.
Good morning, Dr. Mary Peterson, the chiropractor at All About Health. We've been here before. Funny that we're doing this again. I'm appalled. I'm not even going to say thank you because this is my right. I live in America and I get to speak. And you all get paid and you're doing your job, and I really greatly appreciate you and have respect for you. But why are we even doing this again today? This is round number 3. We've made it abundantly clear that we do not want this facility out at this intersection, and here we are again. And I'm loving the little telltale signs. Well, I was one of the ones that said it was a standalone building. Well, it is a standalone building, standing alone right next to Save Mart, where every kid goes and does their bake sales for Girl Scout cookies, the car washes that Cougars do at their high school. Do I need to say more? The parents go in there to shop. And now here's this marijuana dispensary. Oh, it's legal. I have a great idea. Let me give you a really great example. I'm going to sell you a house in Spanish Springs. Why don't you come on out here, and here's Susie's X-rated pornography shop right next to Save Mart. Is that okay with you guys? Because it's legal. It's totally legal, so let's put that in. That's a thought. We never thought about what we were doing. For me, I'm a business owner. I've spoken to the owner of the dispensary. I understand that CBD does great wonders for people. I understand the legalities. THC doesn't need to be involved. It's legal. I get that, but we're not going to put an X-rated store next to us either. We don't want that there. This is a community of people, schools, the new church that has had the right and put the church in, maybe 7 years ago, and they finally got the money to build it. The Lutheran Church is literally about 4 doors down if you look at it. Let's not talk about the legalities of 200 feet, 300 feet. This is our community. We live here. We do our shopping here. We need like a few more restaurants where we can eat. And by the way, the traffic out there is beyond bearable right now, and now we're going to have more traffic. It doesn't matter that we said no to where I was. We're literally kitty corner across the street. So I've taken time out of my business today to say, please, think about what you're doing. There's going to be such a backlash. There's going to be marijuana signs coming down the freeway. It's not that it's legal. We get that. Marijuana is legal. Alcohol is legal. But alcohol is kind of hidden inside Save Mart and inside of 7-Eleven. It's not like, come buy alcohol. You can buy lots of things there. We know that. This is not the place for this. This is a small community, and it's going to mess up homeowner values. It's going to mess up everything that we know and love in Spanish Springs. So it's all about location, location, location. I'm there, and I'm doing well in my business because I provide non-drugs, alternative to medicine, and I help people get healthy. That's why I'm there, and that's why I do well. They're going to do well because they're going to propose that what they do is great and it's legal, and it's going to be ugly and unattractive and, quite frankly, not very classy for a small place. Sorry to say that, but it's not classy at all. We need mom and pop shops there. Please say no.
Thanks, Ms. Peterson. Next, we have Ms. Jody Johnson, followed by Ms. Tammy Holtstill.
We've heard a lot of people today so far giving great reasons why we shouldn't have a marijuana dispensary in Spanish Springs. I would like to give you kind of a different perspective. My dad, when he was a superintendent of schools, he had a sign on the wall next to his desk that said, "What's best for kids?" He made decisions not based on what's going to make him popular, not based on how well the people will like working with him. It was based on what is the best thing to do for children, the children in his care, the children that he was responsible for. And you commissioners have a lot of children in your care that you are responsible for. There are a lot of reasons that you could make different votes. One might be that somebody is pestering the heck out of you that they want to get a dispensary in that location. That's not a good enough reason to make this vote. Another one might be that it could be a little bit of an economy boost for the location. That's not a good enough reason either. The only reason that should be foremost in your mind is what is best for the children of our community. And I plead that you keep that in mind as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Tammy Holtstill.
Ms. Right.
You got the video up? Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Tammy Holtstill for the record, and still here. I'd like to first introduce the Lemon Valley Swan Lake Community Recovery Community. As of June 8, 2017, it became more than just three voices talking to you about the community and speaking to you about what needs to be done in Lemon Valley and the disaster we are still in. I and we do not understand how and why Washoe County would think that the state of Nevada is out of, or the county is out of emergency. What are you going to do with the homes that are still underwater? What are you going to do with the residents that are not in homes? On May 16th, you were asked by me to be proactive, not reactive. Instead, Washoe County pulled themselves out of a state of emergency. Why? Doesn't make any sense. No more federal funding, no more state funding. Does not make sense. Explain. One of the other issues is on the 6 inches of evaporated water, you have 4 more months. In 3 months, 6 inches of water has evaporated. You've got 4 more months. That's 8 more inches. And we just got 0.52 inches of rain yesterday. Now, how is that going to work? We only have 4 more months. We have an urgency out there, not a complacency. It's time to start working on the midterm and long-term actions now. We only have 4 more months. You need to also be looking at, do you care about survival? You have residents out there that are not surviving, and it is your fiducial responsibility to do so, to help assist these residents survive. On the 8th, when we had our meeting, residents have reported that there's 30 residents that at this time that want the lake either pumped or dredged. You have infrastructure, which is the ditches and the roads. You have getting Lemon Drive open. You have wanting to get back into their homes, and you also have insurance issues. Long-term footprint should be enlarging that lake, deepening it, and then turning around and finding an additional overflow for that lake, because we know that the sewer plant is not going to stop putting water in that lake, and also the city of Reno is not going to stop taking Silver Lake and putting it into Swan Lake. There are issues out there that need to be addressed. You need to do your fiduciary responsibility, and there are residents in Lemon Valley and Swan Lake, and the area needs help, needs assistance, and that is your responsibility to be doing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Holtstill, I'll need that photograph for the record, and Mr. Chairman, for the record, I also distributed a handout for Ms. Holtstill.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, we have Mr. Marcus Waite, followed by Ms. Tracy Hall.
My name is Marcus Waite, and I want to thank you for the opportunity I have to address you today. I want to give you 3 points of view, and I want to talk about the relocation of the dispensary. Number one, I am a scoutmaster. I have 22 boys from the age of 12 to 18 that attend all those schools out there near where this is going to be relocated to, or where it's proposed to be relocated to. It's an unfortunate event that we would try to impose and move this into a location that would affect that many people. And I call them my boys because they look to me and they care about me and I care about them. And the fact that it would be moved to a location where it could potentially affect these 22 boys that I have responsibility for, it hurts me and it's going to hurt them. And I would hope that the commission has the intellectual honesty and the moral courage to say no when something like this is going to affect as many people as it affects. The second point of view that I want to bring your attention to is I'm a business owner. I can guarantee you that there are people in this room, multiple people who have frequented my businesses. I have let employees go for being under the influence while at work. I've had employees who have been affected by driving under the influence, and it has affected my business, and therefore it affects you. And making this more and more accessible and making it in my backyard and in a lot of folks' backyard, including your backyard, is unfair. It's unfair to me, it's unfair to you, and it's unfair to the kids that we work with. On top of that, I want to give you the point of view from a father. I have 3 children, and it's important to me that they grow up in a community where they see leaders who have that intellectual honesty and the moral courage to say no to things that will affect them in their life. So I would encourage you, in fact, I would plead with you as a scoutmaster, as a business owner, and as a father, that you would make the right choice. You know, I know some folks want it out of their community and out of their backyard and want to move it into our backyard. And that's where that intellectual honesty and that moral courage comes into play. So that's my plea to each one of you, that you would look at it from the point of view of your constituents. There's a lot of power held in this room. There's a lot of money held in this room. And we as constituents, we want something that's good for our community, and we hope that you can do the same.
Thank you, sir. Next, Ms. Tracy Hall, followed by Mr. Doug Robinson.
Hi, my name is Tracy Hall, and I am a Lemon Valley resident. And I have some photos here, if you guys could please put these up. It's very obvious that our words are not getting through to you guys, so I'm bringing you pictures. This is my home. This is my life. This is what I'm doing every day right now since January. I am going to be one of those families that are going to be homeless on August 31st. This will not be gone on August 31st. My family has nowhere to go. So we're going to be living in our driveway. Would this be what you guys would want for your family members, your daughter, your wife, your sister? even your cousin. Is this what you guys would like to look at when you go to check on your home? I have a horse that's in Cold Springs that I have to drive to make sure she's doing okay. I've had to give my other animals away, chickens, rabbits, roosters. Is that what you guys would want to do? Those are family members to me. This is what I'm living with right here. I ask you guys to please help do something. We need something done out there. You guys were on the news saying you're in this for the duration. Where are you? I don't see any of you out there. I see nobody doing anything with the ditches. I see nothing being done with the lake. I am part of the lake, right along with some of the other folks that are here. You have people that are senior citizens that have contributed to the community throughout their time here. We are a small business owner in this town. We pay our property taxes just like you all. We need to feel like we're important, and you guys have made us feel just the opposite. We matter. We're part of this community. It is not fair what we are going through out there. Would you want to live in your driveway? By the time winter shows up, our septic is still going to be underwater. We're going to be living in a mobile home, motorhome. It doesn't seem fair to me. When you guys go home at night, I ask you to keep these pictures in mind. This is my life. This is our life out there in Lemon Valley. When you guys put those barriers up, pump that water in, you made everybody on that side of that Lemon Valley, our lives 10 times harder. We need to be able to go home. Thank you for your time.
Thank
And
you.
I'm going to leave these for the record.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Doug Robertson, followed by Miss Lori Goldfin.
Good morning. I'm also a Lemon Valley resident. Lemon Valley is in a state of emergency. You need to recognize that. You need to continue helping with Lemon Valley. I live in the front of Lemon Valley. I'm one of the more fortunate residents out there. I only had my street flooded for a shorter period of time since I live a little bit higher than the lake. That water eventually moved down to the lake. But we have all kinds of infrastructure issues out there in the front and in the back. The culverts still need repair. The culverts are badly damaged. There are underground culverts that are totally clogged, that have no access to the lake to drain the water that gathers up on the top of the hill. Lemon Valley Road is still closed. You cannot travel all the way through Lemon Valley Boulevard. It is closed. You have to turn around, you have to go through Military Road and go through Stead in order to get to the back of the valley. People still are not able to return to their homes. Washoe County needs to step up with actual work on the repairs. Now, I have a lot of respect for the workmen and the people that are out there trying to pull this together, and I understand there are culverts all over this county, hundreds of miles, I would gather, of culverts that need to be repaired because Lemon Valley is not the only place that was damaged. But Lemon Valley is in crucial need. It is in a state of emergency, and this commission needs to acknowledge it. I would like to acknowledge Jeannie Herman. She has provided leadership, extraordinary leadership, and I would encourage all of you to follow her example. She has been wonderful to us. She can only do so much without the rest of you getting on board. I would appreciate that you do so. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next, Miss Lori Goldfin, followed by Miss Leona Gallar.
Good morning. My name is Lori Goldfin, for the record. It was nice to hear the positive about the pie, about you guys.
And I hope that we get to say that about you guys in a few months about Lemon Valley School, which is inundated with bugs. And we're thankful that school is out because the children don't have to wear jackets over their heads to go out and play, to add more misery to the parents that live there. Which also brings up another for the school is we can't get to our children. We have to go all the way around to get to our children. I don't think any of you or your children would allow their mothers to have to do that. We have to make a extra 15 miles to get to our children in the front of the valley. That is in a school that is inundated with bugs. We need our valley operating. We need you people to understand that it is a disaster. It is bad, and we need it fixed. There are a lot of us out there, and if we have to, we're going to have to bring them all in because we just have to have a resolution here. And it is up to you people to start the ball. We need you to get the ball rolling for us. You've stopped it. Now you need to start again.
Thank you. Next, Ms. Leona Gellar. I apologize if I mispronounce.
For the record, my name is Leona Gallo. I'm also a Lemon Valley resident. Many of you have heard from me before in 2015 when we were one of the few houses that we were flooded out in the flash flood. We had many county officials out surveying, saying that the drainage in Lemon Valley was just fine. We were only out of our homes for 4 months. We weren't sitting in water where sewage from septic tanks was floating around, where they had to drag a horse's corpse out of the water that was sitting around homes. Our community is still in a disaster. The barriers are still up. We can't get an answer how long they will be up. We don't know how long they've been used across the country for long-term use. Are they going to start disintegrating? Then we'll have a lot of gravel out there. I would also like to make a comment that I was not able to attend because of work. But I was very, not disheartened, I was angry when I heard Commissioner Jung's comments about too much money being spent on a small area. We are a community. We have folks living in $70,000, $40,000, $400,000, $500,000 homes. I don't care if members of our community are living in a snail shell. If the county allowed for building to go on out there, then they have a responsibility to the citizens. Period, the end. I have said it before, and I've said it to media. If this was DeMonte Ranch, you would be out there with a straw sucking it out yourselves. And we do feel like the redheaded stepchildren out there, because you know what? When the county, I said this at a community meeting, but there's going to be no more community meetings. We heard that. I said this at a community meeting. Well, now I lost my train of thought. You're probably lucky. Oh, no, now I got it. At the community meeting, my wife said, when the state left and turned it over to the county, it puts the fear of God in us, because nothing will be done. And you know what? A lot was done, but now there is nothing being done. We still have members living. Check out the flood relief page, the Lemon Valley Flood Relief page on Facebook. Every single day, we have community members videotaping the sludge floating around their house from the sewage plant, from the storms. You guys either need to put up or shut up. There's going to be another election, and we are not silent. We have a committee out there. We're very strong. And I won't thank you for your time either, because I'm a citizen.
Thank you. Ms. Kathy Brandhorst, followed by Mr. Ira Hansen.
My name is Kathy Brandhorst, and I'm also the United States President. I just wanted to tell you, I'm still having troubles with the MRI. The MRIs are inside my living room. They do not belong there at all. And murdering, I heard the police officer say this morning he's still held hostage and he hasn't had no relief from the hostage situation at all. He knows that my gallbladders were stolen out of my body with the MRI. Oh my God. Also, my liver was stolen from my body with the MRI. Oh my God. I just wanted to let you know there was so much blood left inside the MRIs because there are 2 of them in my living room. 50 bodies were lifted from those MRIs. Dead bodies. I just wanted to let you know that police officer also mentioned this too this morning. He saw this. But who's going to help that police officer out of that hostage situation next door to me? Oh my God. I also wanted to let you know that even though you people don't want to help, you're really in it. You're not really here to help us at all. You're just putting us more and more in jeopardy. And I don't like the ideas at all. I just wanted to tell you too, I also heard Deputy Player and also Gray. They were also helping with the police officer. Tried to move those MRIs off my property because they do not belong there. I'm tired of all the blood and flesh that you have to leave behind with the MRIs on my property. And you're also taking the bodies out of my home. And I'm not sure where you're dropping these bodies off, but I hope it's the cemetery, so we could look at these and find out why you have to do it in my home. Also, I just wanted to let you know there's a little boy. He paid $900 for that house. It's right next door to the bus station, RTC. And he says he hasn't lived not even one night.
Thank you, Ms. Brenhorst. Next, Mr. Ira Hansen.
Thank you, Chairman Lucy, members of the commission. I'm Ira Hansen. I'm Assemblyman District 32. And by this new location of the medical marijuana thing, you've actually moved into my district with it if this passes. So I want to say, first of all, ditto to everything that's been said on the medical marijuana issue that's been brought up. I want to throw a different angle at it to you. First, I want to say, I went to the medical marijuana establishment thing that the county's put out, and in it says, Nevada state law outlines appropriate zoning and location requirements for dispensary locations, and these have been adopted into county code. So I went back and looked at NRS 453, which governs that, and it says pretty plainly, if the city, town, or county in which the proposed medical marijuana establishment will be located has enacted zoning restrictions, in other words, you're allowed to change the zoning. Currently, as I understand it, from a brief conversation with Mr. Liparelli, it's a zoned GC. I'm not sure on that. My point, though, is if you then go to the ballot initiative question, it also says, sections 1 through 8 do not prohibit a locality from adopting and enforcing local marijuana control measures pertaining to zoning and land use for marijuana establishments. So what I would strongly suggest you do is, number one, delay this vote today. I'm really kind of frankly upset that Commissioner Hartung was, there should have been some level of respect for the fact that he's on his 33rd wedding anniversary in Hawaii. This is in his district, so there's no reason this meeting couldn't have been postponed for a couple of weeks. So that I just want to get that on the record. But I would also like to point out, though, that you guys have the ability, if you postpone this, to go back, review your zoning ordinances, and put this thing like Sparks did. Sparks has actually put it into the industrial area. In fact, the medical marijuana facility for Sparks is only about 2 blocks from my business. And it is very discreet, and it's in an excellent location where there are no children, and it is, if you have to do this, then I would suggest you do that. The last thing I would like to say is this. As chairman of the Judiciary Committee in the last legislative session, one of the things we were constantly doing was bringing all of our NRSs to make sure they're in complete compliance with federal law. You and I have all sworn an oath that we would uphold the Constitution of the United States, including the Supremacy Clause, and right now, in spite of all the efforts by the state legislature, marijuana usage is a federal crime still. So while we swear that oath that we will uphold the Constitution of the United States, including, if you check that oath, in spite of what local laws or state ordinances or state constitutions say, we're actually in violation of federal law. And so while we're sitting here promoting marijuana to raise taxes and so forth, we are actually in violation of our oath. So that's something I think you should consider as well. I realize that this is something that's been somewhat foisted upon you, but I will say this. There's nothing that prevents this county commission from changing the ordinances and creating actually a zoning area specific to medical marijuana in an industrial area. This current location is horrendous and horrible, and I would encourage you with all the sincerity I can to say no to this and move it to the industrial park. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanson. Thank you. I have no further comments signed in on agenda item 3, public comment. However, I do have individuals signed in on the following item, which is agenda item 4. This time, if those individuals that had signed in for agenda item 4 would like to speak, agenda item 4 is not a public, an action item. So we usually take comment on either action items or during public comment. So if I could get those names on, Madam Clerk, on agenda item 4, please. If you could activate that one for me.
I don't show any on number 4.
Okay.
I see 2 on consent.
Obviously, they may have been moved at this time, so I got a message, but that has been rectified. So with that, we'll close public comment and bring it back to the board. And now we are on to agenda item 4. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, item 4 is Commissioner County Manager's announcements, reports, updates, requests for information, or topics for future agendas.
All right. Mr. Manager, do you have anything at this time?
Not at this time.
Vice Chair Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to ask for the 2-hour rule on staff time to look at the possibility of creating a GID for fire protection and in Washoe County. And I know, because I've spoken with our attorneys, that it's going to take staff longer than 2 hours to go through this whole process and give us answers to all of the questions that are sitting out there on this. And so I would ask for that to be put on the next agenda, Mr. Manager, if that would be acceptable. Thank you. I'm going to hold that one till later. So I would, I'm curious, Mr. Manager, and I know you can't answer this right now, but I am curious if you could provide us with an answer that how did our pulling the emergency declaration stop federal funding for the people who live in Lemon Valley? And if you could provide the commission with an answer to that it doesn't necessarily, I guess, have to be in the next meeting, but at some point in time, I would like to do that. And I'll hold the rest of this till later. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Commissioner Herman.
Well, first of all, I just want to tell the people that are here from Lemon Valley that from the bottom of my heart, I feel like you have probably been let down in some ways, and I'm hoping that we will be able to discuss this matter about Lemon Valley in a serious vein. There are things that can be done and things that are going to take more time. I know you've already spent a miserable amount of time and you've gone through hell, a lot of you. I've been through floods and I know they're not fun. I was out of my house for months and months and had my basement full of water for months and months. And I know what you're going through. And we are working on it from a lot of different angles. We're trying to get funding for, to get some of the homes raised for, so in the future, they're not flooded again. And so that's starting to come to fruition. I know that it's a huge problem, and I do feel like we maybe could have done a few things different, but you know, humans aren't perfect, and sometimes things get done, and some things don't get done. But I will work as hard as I can to try and get this right for you. I apologize that I haven't done quite enough, evidently, because I haven't got the job done. So I feel like a failure in a lot of ways, and I apologize for that. But we're going to work on it. That's all I can tell you.
Commissioner Herman, anything further?
I'm done.
Okay. Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to announce that a few weeks ago we being the chairman and myself, to the REMS's EMS Week Barbecue and Awards, which was really quite incredible. Great team there. Have a lot of confidence in their abilities. I want to praise Mr. County Manager John Slaughter for being a board member of the Education Alliance, among many other board memberships that you have. And then finally, I wanted to say Happy Father's Day this Sunday to all the dads out there, and most especially to my dad, who will be celebrating his 81st birthday this year and 52 years married to my mother. So he wins in a lot of categories. So happy Father's Day, Dad. Hope to have 20 more at least with you. Love you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. I have just a couple brief announcements. Obviously, we will be taking the agenda as normal today. We will move the GTI item, the public hearing item, agenda item 25, directly after item 18 today, and after our consent and block votes. That will follow that. However, I also want to point out that this coming week, as you all are aware, I do serve as the chairman of the RSCVA, and this is one of our major legacy events that happens here, right here next to the Washoe County complex, is the Reno Rodeo. So we wish the Reno Rodeo a great success this year. Hopefully everybody gets the opportunity to get out and experience the Reno Rodeo this week and participate in the rodeo. With that, I will bring it back to the board. I have nothing further at this time. You know, actually, I do have one thing that I'd like to bring up, but I'll wait till the end. I'll wait till the end. So I'll bring it back to the board at this time, and we will take consent at this time. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, your consent item appears on the agenda as item 5. Those are items 5A1 through 5K2.
Okay. Do I have a motion? Commissioner Herman.
I just have a comment on one of the consent items,
Okay.
and that would be...
Do you want to pull it out, or do you want to just make a
No,
comment?
no, I just wanted to make a comment on it.
Okay.
It's the one, oh dear, I'm sorry. It's missing. It's 512, or 5I2.
5I2.
And I just want to say that we thank the listeners for providing the bus, and this is the drivers for the bus. This is about the drivers for the bus. So, and this will help those folks get to the hospital, doctors, all these things where there's not another form of transportation for the seniors. So,
Great.
just wanted to make that comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Vice Chair Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be happy to make a motion to approve the consent agenda since there don't appear to be any changes, but I want to make one point, and since Commissioner Jong is always so gracious to point out the donations that we make, I'm going to take this opportunity to do that right back for her. And so under 5H4, We're approving some donations, disbursements from her special commission district in the amount of $4,000 for fiscal year 2016, 2017. And that's to $3,500 to the Planned Parenthood in support of their mission in Washoe County, and $500 grant to the Polygenarian Institute to support their mission and approve the resolution. So I'm just want to point it out that she also is making donations to the various different groups here, and I really appreciate everything she does.
Wonderful. Thank you, Commissioner Jung and Commissioner Burke-Bigler. You know, at this time, we'll take public comment. So I have...
Did we get a second?
Yes. I have a motion by Commissioner Burke-Bigler and a second by Commissioner Jung. At this time, we'll take public comment. I have Mr. Sam Dene signed in. Mr. Dene, and which items will you be speaking to today?
I'm speaking on consent agenda, let's see, 3, 5, anyway, 3, 2, 1, and 5, 2, anyway, about 4 different items. Anyway, as my clock starts, I'm speaking generally on the entire consent agenda for that matter. Item, what is it, 5, I guess. Consent agenda, okay, anyway, Sam Dene, the heart and soul, body and mind of Reno government. I call myself that because I am. Everything I do is philanthropic, which means I'm not a lobbyist. Everything I do is for the good and welfare of the community, and every now and then a little bit of self-aggrandizement, justifiably. Anyway, we have the consent agenda here, which now, as of 2 weeks ago, now they say for possible action means that a citizen can come up and talk on it, and I hope the Attorney General doesn't think that you didn't get violated just because you changed this thing after the fact. As I segue into the consent agenda, which is where they're going to vote for all of these things, about 25 of them, all in one vote today. Citizens can come up and talk on that if you got anything here that piques your interest. First of all, the open meeting law says a citizen is supposed to be able to understand what is written on the agenda, so that any regular old citizen, not just the expert Sam Dene, can understand it. So we've got an $800,000 item now. That's on the consent agenda, $800,000 they're going to vote on with no discussion. And I'm not trying to be a curmudgeon. I'm just pointing facts out. In this case, it's called a reimbursement agreement between Washoe County and De Loretto, South Meadows, for reimbursement of $800,000. But it doesn't tell who's being reimbursed. Take a look at it, ladies and gentlemen. Who is being reimbursed? Are we giving this De Loretto operation $800,000? And what are they reimbursing them for? Or I doubt very much that it works the other way around. I've rarely seen it work where the operator gives the money back to the county. At any rate, he's also got this one where Nico Smith, he was in the jail, wasn't guilty of anything. I'm not defending anybody's actions. I'm just pointing out that the Reno Gazette, for the last 3 months, they had an attack job against the Washoe County sheriffs and their deputies. And I deplore the Reno Gazette wacko freaks for everything they do. Here we've got another one where they're going to give out some grants to operations. And here's this art town, which everybody thinks is on its own. They're not. They're getting $25,000. And the Reno, perspective, the Reno Tahoe Open, the big golf thing is only getting $10,000. What do they deserve that for? That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
And thank you. Thank you up there. And
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
And you're welcome.
Followed by Miss Kathy Brandhorst.
My name is Kathy Brandhorst. I'm also the United States President. I'm talking on 5C. Between the County of Washoe, 2nd Judicial District Court of the State of Nevada, and State of Nevada Division of Welfare and Supportive Services, Department of Health and Human Services, for the purpose of providing mediation services in child support cases. Well, I will tell you an incident that took place in the court just recently. The child had a court date at the courthouse. He also explained why he was homeless, sleeping outside in the streets, homeless with no blanket, nothing to wear, because the grown-ups had to steal his clothes and his shoes. What happened to the child? He was found dead. The dead body was found by the REMSA, and they tried to bring him back to life, but they said it took a very long time to bring him back. I wanted to tell you he only has a house to rent. I started to tell you about this house. He pays $900 a month. He has bullet holes all over his body, his face. He also was smashed with a steamroller. He was also found dead, slashed with a knife. Butcher knife, they thought, with the REMSA, because they thought he was just chopped up. And that butcher knife came out of a home someplace. I just wanted to tell you this little boy never had a chance, because somebody said, oh, little kids can't live by themselves. Well, that wasn't the truth, was it? You had to kill the little boy so you could move into the house yourself, because you don't have the income. You don't have the rent. You can't even pay for your gas and electric without the poles and wires set up. That's the only way you can run a house. And I just wanted to tell you there was another case.
Thank you, Ms. Brandhorst. All right. Seeing no further comment, we'll bring it back to the board for consent. I have a motion and a second. Motion by Commissioner Berkbigler, second by Commissioner Jung. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Hartung being absent. Mr. Manager, we're going to do a block vote at this time, so I will turn it over to my vice chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would propose and make a motion to put into a block vote number 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, and 22.
All right, I have a motion for a block vote. Do I have a second? I have a motion and a second. Mr. Manager, would you like to read those items?
Mr. Chair, item 15 is recommendation to approve collective bargaining agreements with Washoe County Employees Association for the non-supervisory and supervisory bargaining units for a one-year period beginning July 1, 2018 through June 30, 2019, and ratify same, including cost of living adjustment in base wages of 2.5%, effective July 1, 2018, and updated language regarding cost of living adjustment parity. Total fiscal year 18-19 fiscal impact is estimated at $3,097,319. Item 16 is recommendation to approve amendment to Washoe County 401A plan effective retroactive to January 1, 2017 to modify the definition of normal retirement age under the plan for those employees hired by the Washoe County on or after January 1, 2017, and if approved, authorize Director of Human Resources and Labor Relations to execute same. Item 17, recommendation to approve the attached resolution to augment the Truckee River Flood Management Infrastructure Fund in the amount of $706,300 and direct the comptroller to make the appropriate budget amendments. Net impact to general funds is 0. Item 19 is recommendation to approve fiscal year 2017-18 renewal of contracts and service agreements above $100,000 to be approved as a group by the Board of County Commissioners, and authorization for the purchasing contracts manager to sign the contracts renewal as they come due with approval from district attorney or risk management when necessary as follows. General fund, Thomson Reuters, not to exceed $300,000. Software maintenance agreement for the treasurer's tax system support. SAP, renewal of SAP financial software system software maintenance agreement, not to exceed $300,000. Item 20 is a recommendation to approve the interlocal agreement between Washoe County on behalf of the Washoe County Sheriff's Office and the North Lake Tahoe Fire Protection District for dispatch services for an amount not to exceed $300,000 per fiscal year for the period of July 1, 2017 through June 30, 2019, with one automatic one-year extension. Item 21 is a recommendation to authorize the purchasing and contracts manager to issue purchase orders in excess of $100,000 to Sierra Control Systems for prevention and maintenance, repair, replacement, emergency electrical service, and purchase of supervisory control and data acquisition systems for the Washoe County Community Service Department, utility operations through fiscal year 18-19. And item 22 is a recommendation to approve an agreement for consulting engineering services between Washoe County and Corollo Engineers commencing June 15, 2017 through June 30, 2018 to provide facility planning and engineering design services for sanitary sewer interceptors within the South Truckee Meadows Water Reclamation Facility service territory in an amount of $466,697.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Do I have, Madam Clerk, do I have any public comment signed in on any of these items?
I didn't see any names on any of the block vote
Okay,
items.
thank you. Just wanted to verify before we move past the block. So I have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
And mark your vote. Commissioner Burke-Bigler is not present. On neither's.
Oh, shoot.
All right, please affirm your vote. I have 3 ayes, and Commissioner Burke-Bigler and Commissioner Hartung being present. The motion passes. All right, at this time, we will move back to item 6. Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, item 6 is an appearance by Nick Johnson, Senior Project Manager for the Nevada Department of Transportation. This is a presentation and update on the Tahoe East Shore Trail, formerly known as State Line to State Line Bikeway.
Good morning, Mr. Johnson.
Good morning. All right. Good morning, Commissioners, Board members. For the record, Nick Johnson, Project Manager with NDOT. And I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present an update on the State Route 28 Shared Use Path and Water Quality and Safety Improvement Project that we're currently underway with construction. So as I get started, first I want to acknowledge all the project partners. So you can see a number of agencies have been involved with this project. And while NDOT was leading the way on design and the construction of this project, all of these agencies had a significant role in the project and have provided a tremendous help in accelerating the project and getting it to where it is today. All of these agencies were involved in some form or fashion in maintenance, funding, permitting, things like that, really helped get this project along, and a tremendous amount of support for this project. So to give you a sense of this project, these improvements are more of a corridor improvement type project along State Route 28. The project's located on the east shores of Lake Tahoe from the southern part of Incline Village down to US 50. The big part of the project, or what many are most excited about, is the shared use path, the 3-mile section between Incline Village and Sand Harbor State Park that also includes a 90-stall parking area. But in addition to that, one of the improvements, or I should say one of the few improvements that the department wanted to make were water quality improvements. And we've been doing these for 20+ years along the lake to help with the water clarity as we get runoff and drainage from the roadways. So we had a section here from Sand Harbor down to the Washoe County line. We're also installing about 6 miles of ITS conduit into the ground, and basically what that means is we're putting a number of conduit in 28 for future telecommunications as well as fiber optics, and as we continue to do projects up in the basin, we'll connect into this section, and with the goal of eventually providing that telecommunications and fiber around the lake. But probably most importantly are some of the safety improvements, and I'll get into the details of those, and those span the whole stretch of the project limits. So why do we need this project? Well, I think those pictures up there speak to what we're trying to accomplish, not only with the shared use path, but with many of the safety improvements along the corridor. As you can see there's folks walking up and down the highway, parked on the shoulder, even into the lane a little bit. And one of the benefits and main reasons for having the shared use path and why these folks do this today is they're trying to get to the recreational spot. So by having a path in place and having the area for folks to park, we can now get them off the roadway into those stalls. They can use the path to access those destination points. And when this project, this 3-mile section is built, this section here will be a no parking zone on Highway 28. So just to touch on a few of the safety improvements here, like I mentioned, the biggest safety improvement in this 3 miles is getting the cars from parking on the road, getting from people from walking up and down the side of the road to use the parking areas and the trail itself. You know, in addition to that, we'll have some emergency pullouts. We're also putting in centerline rumble strips along 28 all the way down to US 50 to help with some of the crossovers and head-on collisions and things like that. One thing I will mention, currently out there in front of the state park right now, when you try to go to Sand Harbor, there's one sign that lights up when the park is full. But if you've made it down that far already, you're already backed up in the congestion in this time of year before you know that it's actually full. So we're going to be installing a few more along 28. One in the southern part of Incline, just north of Lakeshore Boulevard, but south from Country Club Drive, so that if you're coming in, say here from Reno to go up to Sand Harbor, you'll have the opportunity to see that sign lit up and have that and turn around before you head down 28 and get stuck in all the congestion there in front of the park. And then conversely, at the southern end of the project down by US 50, so if you're coming up from Carson or South Lake Tahoe, you can check and see if the park's full and have the opportunity to turn around. Here's some graphics just to give you a sense of the water quality improvements we're making along the corridor. What you see up here, you know, the big picture, infiltration basins. We try to install these along the roadway so as drainage comes in underneath the road or comes off of the road, especially during the winter time with a lot of the sands and salts, they can go into these. They'll help capture some of the oils and sediment and things like that before it goes and drains into the lake. And the two pictures on the bottom right, that's called an Epic Drain System. It's a system we put in our maintenance yards with all of our vehicles. It really helps with separating the oils out from the water, help purify that water and clean it up before it makes its way to the lake. And so for the shared use path, if we can play this video, and then everybody can see what this path will look like when it's all complete. Now, I will say this is a very challenging project. It's built on some very challenging terrains, but it will be quite the experience when it's done, and in many ways, maybe not just a recreational use, but even a destination point. So as I mentioned, it's 3 miles from Incline to Sand Harbor. The first mile on the north will be up on the hillside. The next 2 miles will be down along the lakeside to the Sand Harbor State Park. And these are just some renderings of what this path may look like. This picture here is if you're sitting out at the boat on the lake in front of the boat ramp entrance at Sand Harbor. So this video is being taken, or this simulation, moving north from the Sand Harbor State Park. So I like to call this a structures job, or at least the engineers do. About a mile of the 3 miles that we're building either contain bridges or retaining walls. About a 1/4 mile of bridges and 3/4 mile of retaining walls, the majority of them here on the lake side, just due to the terrain, trying to get the path down below the roadway there. It's very steep. The path will go around Memorial Point, and you can still access the path from Memorial Point, so if you stop in there, you can go down and have access to the path. As you can see, this will hug the shoreline. And that's an example of some of the walls that were required to put in to get this path in the place that it needed to be. For any of the areas, for those that I know many when doing any type of work up at Tahoe are always concerned with tearing up the beauty of the lake, the hillside, things like that. As we put this path in with the shoulders, we'll come back and we'll use some of the trees we've cut down. We'll put them on the slopes, rocks, seed it, plant new trees. So eventually this will all grow in along the path to restore it back to fairly close to its existing condition. Right here, the path, if you're familiar with Hidden Beach, the Tunnel Creek area, the path will go underneath the roadway, and then it'll start to continue up on the hillside. And if you notice, periodically we have these pull-out areas, as you see right there. There's 17 of them along the lake, so you can stop and take pictures or rest or things like that. A lot of those were put in. The Tahoe Fund, a nonprofit organization, raised roughly $1.5 million for this. $500,000 went to construction. The rest is remained in an account for long-term maintenance. Those Vista Points were part of donors. They paid to have those spots, and so they'll be acknowledged with plaques in those areas. And this is the path as it gets closer here to the parking area in Southern Incline. Now the parking will, if any of you have been up there lately, is right in front of the old Ponderosa Ranch, Tunnel Creek Cafe area. There's approximately 90 stalls there. This will be a paid parking area, and those revenues will go to maintenance of the path moving forward. So this is headed southbound. This is probably one of the bigger climbs coming up right here. This wall to get up into the trail is about just over 20 feet high. So you can see this gets back in there. So a lot of work. Our contractors out there right now, Granite Construction, they've made a lot of progress over the last month. I'll show you a couple pictures here in just a minute, but we were able to install that tunnel last summer in 11 days. We were able to get in and get out and get it done, so we got a jump start on the project there. And coming up right here is probably the longest bridge on the project, almost 900 feet. You can see it right there, right along the shoreline. So if you're up there driving this summer, you'll see a lot of equipment hanging over the side of the road, drilling foundations. There'll be a lot of work going on for the next 2 construction seasons. Our goal is to try to complete this by the end 18. Excuse me, so long as we don't have any more snow days in June or July. And so this is the last stretch of it. There's Memorial Point. And this path will tie into Sand Harbor. You will be able to access the park at the boat ramp entrance. They'll be set up to, like you pay a parking fee to go in with your vehicle if you want to walk in or on your bike. Or vice versa, if you go to Sand Harbor and park, you can hang out at the beach or access the trail from the park as well. All right. See here if we can close out there. So as I mentioned, last summer we started the work. We put a design together in just under 3 months, got the contractor out there, 2-month construction window, relocated the utilities in 28, and as I mentioned, they put that tunnel in 11 days, worked 24 hours a day, got in, got out, and they also built about 2/3 of the parking area, which you see there in the bottom right. So this just gives a timeline. I think I picked this project up just over a year ago, and in that time we were able to finalize the environmental, work on the design of the construction last year, and then continue with the design all the way up till this spring. And it was awarded in April by State Transportation Board, and they are out there building it as we speak. And our goal is to get it done in 2 years, but as I mentioned to many, if the weather patterns continue, it'll easily push us into the spring. But this is a very large project, and I think we have the right team in place to get it done in 2 years. And then last, just to mention to everybody, for those who get up to the basin and use it frequently, that 3 miles between Sand Harbor and Incline, you will experience 1-lane closures for the next 2 seasons. They're going to be smaller in nature, but they will be out there working. And for this year, at least, Memorial Point will be closed during the week. That's a major access point for the contractor to get in and out and build that. So just expect those things. Be aware when you're driving up there that there are work zones. And then at nighttime, for a lot of the other work, they'll be working south of Sand Harbor. So if you go to the Shakespeare Festival or anything like that, just be prepared that at night there could be some delays there. And so with that, I'll open it up for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Do we have any questions at this time? Commissioner Burkbiegler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't have any questions. I just want to say this project is fabulous, and it's so needed. As someone who grew up here swimming at Sand Harbor as often as I could during the summer for many, many, many years, I know what this was like when I was a kid growing up and you were crossing the street. It's infinitely worse now. The amount of traffic we have coming into the Tahoe Basin from all over the world, people who come from all over to see this incredible lake. And this project is wonderful, and I want to thank NDOT for everything you guys are doing, for stepping up and putting this together so quickly. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Mr. Johnson, for being here. I think this is a great example of a public-private partnership and what we can accomplish when people put all of their resources together. And as somebody who's done a triathlon up at the lake, it is much needed to have a different place to bike. There is nowhere to cycle on the side of the road, especially when the semis are coming through and almost blow you right off the road. And I also was victim to the delays. I didn't even know what it was the day after Memorial Day with some friends from Illinois and Arizona. We always have to take somebody up to the lake. And I said, we are not going back that way. But I didn't know it was part of this whole trail situation. So, and I want to really point out that the commissioner for Incline Village is Vice Chairwoman Burke Bigler, and she played an instrumental role of pushing this forward and getting the right people at the table. And we even, I believe, used some of our discretionary funds to help with the building of this project. So hopefully we will be able to put something up there in her district that, says her contribution to making this a possibility. This has been a long time coming, but really not until she got here did it ever really start taking off with any momentum. So I want to recognize her too. And thank you for being here, and thank you for what a great project. And I love the 3D flying that we got to do together. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Appreciate your time today.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. All right, we will bring it back to the board at this time. We will move on to agenda item 7, and we have a number of appointments today, so we will move on. And Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, item 7 is approve and recommendation of the chair. On the recommendation of the chair, approve on the recommendation of the chair the reappointment of Nat Caraselli to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority representing Washoe County beginning July 1, 2017 and ending on June 30, 2021.
All right. Looking for a motion.
Move to approve that Mr. Nat Caraselli is reappointed to the Reno Tahoe Airport Authority.
All right.
Oh, wait, I forgot to push the button.
I have a motion and a second by Commissioner Burke Bigler. All right. Call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Place your votes. Please affirm your vote. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Hartung being absent. All right. Mr. Manager, item 8, please.
Mr. Chair, item 8 is approve on the recommendation of the chair and the chair of the District Board of Health, Board of Trustees, the appointment of Washoe County District Board of Health from a pool of applicants including Kathleen Banich Bates, Matthew Bueller, Chelsea Hart, Joseph Herman, Bruce Judd, Dr. Michael Kinnison, Dr. Christopher Mumm, Toya Norton, Dr. John Packham, Dr. Troy Ross, Brian Sudi, and Tom Young. Tom Young is recommended as the Washoe County Commission's non-elected member to fill a remaining term through December 31, 2020.
Yeah, I would, sorry, Mr.
At this time, I have some public comment signed in,
okay.
So I will take public comment. Mr. Trey Abney.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. Good to see you. For the record, Trey Abney with the Reno Sparks Chamber of Commerce. Far be it from me to extend your meeting time, so I will be brief. The chamber is in strong support of Mr. Tom Young for this position. Tom, as you know, has been a small business owner in this community for decades. Tom is also on the board of the chamber, and we think it is vitally important to have a small business owner, especially a restaurant business owner, that has to deal intimately with the health district on sometimes even a daily basis. And so we think that provides a good unique, diverse perspective to this board, and so that's why we support Mr. Young. He's not too busy. He's looking for other stuff to do anyway, so he can spend time on this board. But with that, thank you very much for your time, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abney. Next, I have Ms. Kathy Brandhorst.
My name is Kathy Brandhorst, and I'm also the United States President. I hope these people are very good people, because I am tired of people walking in and saying they are hired, and then we find out later they're never hired because they're on death row. And I just wanted to tell you, you know, the appointment to the Washoe County District Board of Health from a pool of applicants including, well, you did list them all. I counted 12. And I'm hoping, you know, that they are all people who were elected and also appointed. Because if they haven't, I hope you look into this and make sure that they have, because I don't want to hear it again where they are on death row, come in with their machine guns, shoot down the people who were hired, and then pretend nothing happened. And now they're the only two left behind because they already shot them all down, and there's nobody employed anymore. And I just wanted to tell you that's how I feel. Now, it also says, as the Washoe County Commission's non-elected member to fill a remaining term through December 31st, 2020. Now, who was not elected for the Washoe County Commissions? Oh my. And it doesn't really tell us who it was or who it isn't. But I just wanted to tell you, be sure you know what you are doing when you say they are approved by the recommendation of the chair and the chair of the District Board of Health Trustees. And I just wanted to let you know, I hope these are good people so we can really trust them. When we have a complaint, we'd like to go to the correct person and tell that person what we want to say. And we don't want to be surprised when anybody holds up a shotgun, maybe a machine gun, and shoot us down because they didn't like the statement that we had to say. And also, I just wanted to tell you, you know, we already went through this on the 3rd floor with the accounting department, where somebody came in with their machine guns because they did not want to hear what the accounting department wanted to say to you. And the accounting department never had a chance.
Thank you. All right, at this time, looking for a motion.
Mr. Chairman,
Commissioner Jung?
I would like to recommend Tom Young as our Washoe County Commission's non-elected member to fill the remaining term. This is a term that Mr. David Silverman of Silver Peak had filled, and he also was a restaurateur, and so we were really looking for somebody else that had that other side of the aisle, and also the area of expertise for us, so when staff comes with recommendations, that it would fit within their business plan, and if it was feasible, and even if it was going far enough. So I want to point out, I mean, the people that applied here are pretty impressive, so I want to encourage them, if they're watching from home, keep applying for different boards and commissions, because we can always use you, and do not be disheartened that you were not picked, but really, Mr. Tom Young fits the bill in terms of getting a restaurateur in there. So that's my motion.
Second.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. And we have a second by Vice Chair Burkbigler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 All those opposed? Please place your votes. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Hartung being absent. Please affirm your votes. And we will move on to agenda item 9. Mr. Manager.
Item 9 is a recommendation to appoint one of 7 applicants: Robert Borges, Amy Galeri, Charles Guffey, Karen Hudson, Robert Kirk, Ted Parkhill, or Jennifer Swiggerall. Apologize for that. To fill one vacating seat on the Washoe County Library Board of Trustees with a term effective July 1, 2017 through June 30, 2021. And the chair of the Board of Library Trustees has recommended Ted Parkhill.
All right. I have Commissioner Herman signed in.
Yeah, I'm wanting to, if it's proper to nominate.
Yes,
then
please.
I would like to nominate Charles Guffey.
So is that a motion, Commissioner John?
Sure.
I mean, Commissioner Herman?
Mhm.
Okay,
Yes.
so I have a motion from Commissioner Herman for Charles Guffey. Looking for a second? Seeing no seconds, that motion fails. All right. So, Commissioner, Vice Chair Burke-Bigler.
Mr. Chair, I would nominate Mr. Ted Parkhill for this position, largely because he has experience with libraries and such, and has for a long term been very interested and very active with our various libraries. So that would be
All right.
why I'd recommend him.
I have a motion from Commissioner Burke-Bigler, second by Commissioner Jung. I have 2 motions. A motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Please place your votes. Motion carries unanimously. With Commissioner Hartung being absent, please affirm your votes with the board. All right, Mr. Manager, item 10, please.
Item 10 is possible action to approve the reappointment of 2 Open Space and Regional Parks Commissioners for a second term on the commission. Staff recommends Nathan Daniel and Thomas Gwynn for terms beginning on July 1, 2017 and ending on June 30, 2021, or until such time as a successor is appointed.
All right. At this time, looking for a motion.
I move to approve both Nate Daniel and Tom Gunn.
All right.
Gwynn.
Tom Quinn. I'm looking for a second.
Second.
I have a second by first motion by Commissioner Jung, second by Commissioner Herman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. And with Commissioner Hartung being absent. Mr. Manager, item 11.
Item 11 is possible action to approve the appointment of 3 Open Space and Regional Parks Commissioners to fill vacancies on the commission. Staff recommends Matthew Weber, Chris Ninzel, and Carissa Tashiro for terms beginning on July 1, 2017 and ending on June 30, 2021, or until such time as a successor is appointed.
All right, looking for a motion?
So moved.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jung,
Second.
second by Commissioner Vice Chair Burke-Bigler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Please affirm your votes. All right. Mr. Manager, we are on to item 12, please.
Item 12 is for possible action to approve on the recommendation of the chair the reappointment of Clay Thomas to the Washoe County Board of Adjustment to represent Commission District 3 to fill a term beginning July 1, 2017 and ending on June 30, 2021, or until such time as Mr. Thomas no longer serves on the Board of Adjustment or a successor is appointed, whichever occurs first.
All right, at this time, looking for a motion.
So moved at the suggestion and research of, since it's my district, but from the staffing and the people that also serve up on the Board of Adjustment. Mr. Thomas has been doing a really great job and completely understands his role and goal, so I endorse him for that.
Great.
Second.
I have a motion by Commissioner Jung, second by Vice Chair Burke-Bigler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Hartung being absent. Item 13, Mr. Mayor.
Item 13 is for possible action to approve on the recommendation of the chair the appointment of Thomas B. Bruce to the Washoe County Planning Commission representing Commission District 4 to fill a full term beginning on July 1, 2017 and ending on June 30, 2021, or until such time as Mr. Bruce no longer serves on the Planning Commission or a successor is appointed, whichever occurs first.
All right. Looking for a motion at this time?
It's our district.
No, it's Vaughn's.
Oh, it's Vaughn's district. Oh, okay. I'll make a motion to
Okay.
approve it.
Well,
I
have a
second that.
I have a motion to approve, second. Motion by Commissioner Vice Chair Berklinger, second by Commissioner Jung. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Hartung being absent. Item 14, Mr. Manager.
Mr. Chair, item 14 is for possible action to reappoint Sarah Chivilicek to the Truckee Meadows Regional Planning Commission for a term beginning July 1, 2017 and ending on June 30, 2020, or until such time as Ms. Chivilicek no longer serves on the Washington County Planning Commission or a successor is appointed, whichever occurs first.
Mr. Chair, I'll move approval of Sarah Civilicek on the Truckee Meadows Planning Board.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion by Vice Chair Berklinger, second by Commissioner Jung. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those
Mr. Chair,
opposed? I'm sorry.
My thing is.
Okay, hang on just a minute.
The wonders of electronics.
Technical difficulties.
Mhm.
Can you re-put in your names, please, for the motion?
Yes, so the motion was made by Vice Chair Berklinger.
There you go.
Right.
Everybody please place your votes. Aye?
Aye. Aye.
Aye. All those opposed? Please affirm your votes for the record. All right. And that concludes that. So at this time, Mr. Manager, we have concluded with all of our appointments. We are on to item 18.
Mr. Chair, item 18 is discussion and possible direction to staff on the Nevada Tax Commission's regulation LCB file number T002-17 concerning the recreational marijuana establishment early start program, initiation of ordinance changes for licenses, land use, and zoning regulations for recreational marijuana establishments within unincorporated Washoe County, and other related matters.
And Mr. Chairman, before we get going, I have a handout from Mr. Schiller, which I will distribute to you.
Thank you.
And we have Assistant County Manager Kevin Schiller here to present this item.
Good morning, Mr. Schiller.
Good morning. Mr. Chair, members of the Commission, for the record, Kevin Schiller, Assistant County Manager. I am here to speak with you on Nevada Tax Commission's Regulations LCB file number 12002-17. This is otherwise known as the regulations that were passed specific to recreational marijuana. I just wanted to give a little background to this so you had some framework tied to why we are here. As you know, we just concluded the legislative session, and as the board is aware, I also sat on the governor's task force tied to the implementation. And really, in a nutshell, the primary focus of today is really just to give you a brief overview of what those regulations do and what they don't do, and why they're in effect, and specific to any direction or direction from the board tied to the topic of recreational marijuana. So the first topic, obviously, is, as you know, in the 2016 election, there was a ballot measure that was passed. That, in turn, launched the State of Nevada Department of Taxation to begin work on regulations. Those regulations and those temporary regulations were released on May 8th. They basically do the following. They could create a process to expedite the authorized sale of recreational marijuana. They enter an application period which ends May 31st. They establish licensed medical marijuana establishments in good standing are eligible with written notice from us as a local jurisdiction related to compliance and distance requirements, otherwise known as the zoning requirements tied to those regulations. And then, very specific, these regulations actually expire in April of 2018. And the reason I want to emphasize that to you is what you're going to hear about is really the discussion on the early start program. So really what these were developed to do is, with the July 1 initiation date, to launch those regulations and then allow local jurisdictions to implement based on those temporary regulations. A couple other pieces just tied to recreational. That governor's task force was broken into various areas, so you have an awareness of that. One was consumer safety, the other was retail establishments, taxation, regulation, and revenue structure. Want to highlight on the revenue structure, we just concluded the session. You're going to hear more about that in the future, and you'll hear more about it in the legislative update. But just so everybody's aware, there was a passage of a 3% cap on those business license fees, which will come down to local government and allow you as a board to move forward on that. Laboratories, law enforcement, and then cultivation, production, and manufacturing were the other areas that were tied in. The NRS area that specifies this is NRS 453D. The Early Start program, just so everybody's aware of this, really applies to those that are currently operating and in good standing. So a couple pieces that are tied to that is we have to make some decisions in terms of how those determinations are made at the local level. Given it's a business license process, they would apply for the business license, and then that approval can occur based on your direction, either at a separate board meeting where you review each applicant, or we can develop code which would specifically indicate that tied to staff approvals. To give you some sense of what's happening in the other jurisdictions, City of Reno has already gone forward. Similar presentation to what I'm giving you today, tied to implementation of code changes for that Early Start program. And in the city of Sparks, they have also moved forward. So from a timeline perspective, what we're really hoping to do is by the end of July, if you give direction on that, to have code in place which would allow for recreational establishments to occur tied to those temporary regulations. The second piece, which I think we will need direction on, which I wanted to outline to you, is the business license fees and the discussion on that process. As the board is aware, in the medical marijuana code and the oversight of those regulations, we left our business license fees in place, and our goal was eventually to tie those over to something very similar to alcohol fees. And those types of issues, we held off on that based on the passage of recreational, or are anticipating the passage of that. So there's two things that can happen moving forward. The code from your direction can be developed for the Early Start program, which would essentially mirror that of medical, adding in recreational, keeping the same zoning requirements, keeping the same issues in the temporary period, again, emphasizing that through April. Obviously, we can come back post-April with additional amendments tied to those code areas as may be needed. And then the second piece is just outlining some of those basic fee options, which are the fees could remain the same as I've outlined in your staff report, which would just be your standardized fees in the temporary world until we get to the end of that temporary period. Then again, adopt fees similar to liquor fees on a quarterly basis. As you know, that would be based on annual gross liquor receipts. That would be per board direction, and we bring code forward for that. Or you could do something similar to that and then do another percentage tied to those annual gross receipts in excess of $25,000. So what I was trying to do is basically outline for you the three options. For today's purposes, to keep it simple, really the discussion point is direction to essentially amend code to include recreational marijuana in the dispensary world tied to those state regulations that were adopted through the Department of Taxation and released to us. And again, then what we would begin doing is working fairly diligently, and staff is already talking about that and working on it in terms of those code amendments from your direction to bring back to you. Again, similar to any other code passage, we would come back to you at least twice for that passage. And then the third piece obviously would be within that fee structure, depending on what direction you want us to go. The recommendation based on the early start date would be you can leave fees in place as they currently exist, and we can work on the fee structure moving forward as a secondary piece. So there's business impact statements required on fee structures, so that could really prolong the process. So we'd like to be able to do that kind of as a second phase. But in terms of the board's intention is to adopt code, get direction to adopt code based on our current structure and to bring code forward for that purpose. The other thing I wanted to just touch briefly on, just more as a background and more from a public perspective, is to give some perspective on what happened in the election, what happened in districts, how did we get here, is really the discussion. So two pieces, the statewide approval on this measure was 54.7%. The Washoe County percent approval was 53.86%. so everybody's aware of that. And then by district, I just wanted to make sure everybody kind of understood. District 1 was 56.2%, District 2 was 48.4%, District 3 was 67.2%, District 4 was 49.4%, and District 5 was 53.6%. The reason I highlight that for you is a lot of people ask questions about how did it happen and how did we get here. I'm going to talk to you later on another item, obviously, about the move of GTI. But from a recreational perspective, that was the current passage rates that occurred. From a local jurisdictional perspective, and I think this is important to note, you are aware that there are some pending issues in the court tied to recreational based on some filings that occurred within the last month. So we're going to continue to keep you updated on that. But again, today's primary focus is really just to get direction specific to getting the code amended moving forward. Another piece that I think I want to make sure you just have in terms of that again is that the temporary regulations expire in April. So I think that's really important for the board to be aware of. So you're going to see a lot of issues coming forward in front of you for action tied to recreational marijuana because obviously we can't do it in a matter of weeks. The timeline on this is very close, obviously based on the regs only coming out on May 8th. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions tied to that. The main component on the revenue side, and I think this is key because some of you may wonder, what is it going to look like? Well, we're trying to do those estimates based on what we knew past and what it looks like for the potential revenue for local governments, but there'll be a future item coming forward where you'll hear more about that.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller. I currently have Vice Chair Burke-Bigler send it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Excuse me. I have a couple of questions for you. Explain the 3% cap. 3% cap relates to recreational, the sale of recreational marijuana only, and is that a 3% sales tax cap? Or is it a 3% of the overall product sale?
It's the gross sales.
The gross sales.
Yeah.
So it's the 3% of the overall gross sale from each individual facility.
It's actually specific, I believe, to dispensary and each of the respective facilities in terms of, so if you have a vertically integrated facility, it would be at each level.
Mm-hmm. Oh, so it's at each level?
Yeah.
Of, so technically, if you had a vertically integrated at 3 with 3 different, the growth in the dispensary and, you know, whatever the third one is called.
And my intent at the legislative update is to make sure you guys get a very specific update tied to that also. And
Okay,
break
so
it
that
down
would be
a little bit for you.
9% then,
Yeah, well,
technically.
and I'll double check the detail on that tied to it, but just so you're aware, it just passed, so we're kind of just dissecting it currently.
Okay. And then the other question I have is on the business license fees. We're not restricted to any specific number. There was nothing in the ballot question. Was there anything in legislation that passed that said, you know, on business license fees that you can charge for a recreational facility in addition to what you charge for the medical facility? Is there a cap on that? Is there it can only be so high or so low or whatever?
I think they differentiated between medical and recreational tied to that percentage, so that 3% is specific on the recreational side.
So that 3% though, but that relates to sales. What about the business license fee to even go into the business of recreational sales?
So the business license fee will be whatever structure we incorporate into
We set
based
that up.
on local jurisdiction, based on what the established caps are.
And
So
are you looking, Mr. Schiller, are you looking at other jurisdictions to see what the general sense is around the state on what they're looking at charging?
yeah, so just so everybody's aware, one of the things, and this was obviously, it's kind of hot off the presses from the perspective of where we sit, but as we progress through the session, that was one of the key issues, as you know, I was focused on is local government impacts in terms of the revenue structure. So we, staff have a regular call that's based basically statewide and in Northern Nevada tied to what's being implemented on the structure side. So what we're trying to do is do best practice at one level and be consistent with other jurisdictions. And at the same time, we're also trying to look at our regional services to make sure where we have regional services, we're going to be able to get the best revenue component tied to that with the established laws and the caps that they put in place. But I would emphasize, I think you're going to see much more on that moving forward as we come to you tied to those specifics. Sorry, I'm not talking in the microphone. So, but we will get that to you so you have that. And I think in the legislative update, what I'll do is provide more detail on that. And that was kind of my intent today.
And then one final thing, Mr. Chair, if you don't mind. And you don't have to answer this if you don't want to. But I am curious about because you're so involved with, this is one of those immersion things for you. I know, Mr. Schiller, you have spent an enormous amount of time on this subject, probably know way more about marijuana of all kinds than you ever wanted to know. But is in your opinion, is there an upside or a downside of just simply mirroring, when we put our code into effect for the temporary period, just simply mirroring the state and then developing our own code as we move through this process?
So if I go back historically, when we did medical, one of the key areas that we basically looked at was ensuring with medical, we basically took the adopted regulations at the
Right.
state level and did not apply our own jurisdictional level. You heard some of that in public comment earlier today. That came before the board several times. There was lots of discussion. In the recreational world, because it's an early start program. So I think if the board, his intent is to opt into the early start program tied to those temporary regulations, the easiest way to do that is to do it under the existing umbrella of what those state regs are, which also mirrors what medical currently is within our jurisdiction. And please remember that the implementation of this is only on a temporary basis with those existing dispensaries that are open in good standing.
You said it expires April, is that April 1 of next year or April 31st? 30th?
30th, I think.
April 30th
I think it's
of
30th,
next
but I'll double
year?
check for you.
Is
I
it
can't remember.
2018 that it expires, April 30th of 2018?
17.
So we're looking at about 18 months, okay. Thank you.
And I think the other thing I would do through the chair to you, the other piece on the temporary regulations is I think we will be having a standing item likely that comes before you on a regular basis tied to the code amendments, both that you direct today, but also on the future side. So to stay ahead of the curve, I think it's important to make sure we note that.
Thank you. Commissioner Jung.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since this is part of the governor's early start program, will we be ready on July 1st of 17 to allow those in good standing to begin creating revenue for education, the $36 million gap that the governor found?
For the record, Commissioner, so through the chair to Commissioner Jung, I think we will probably be about the third week in July is about the date we're coming at based on what we're looking at in terms of our timetable. So we're pretty close, and I think we're pretty comparable to where our other local jurisdictions are going to be. Everybody's set kind of July 1 as the date, but I think we're really close. So I think it will be within July.
Okay, I do want to get on the record here that I do not want to evaluate MME by MME as a board of commissioners. I think that becomes political and also a way to not spread the wealth with this. So I think staff has the ability and the state has the ability, more importantly probably than our local, but the state as well, that whom is or whom is not in good standing. I don't want that up here as a political football. I don't think it's fair to the business owner, and it's not even fair to the public, because then they feel like, that's another thing that they can juggle within themselves. I'm not sure. I want an evaluation, but I do not want this to slow this down either, because we need these revenue sources as well. But I do want some information, and I know that Colorado has looked into this, Seattle has looked into this. There is a sweet spot in terms of overtaxing the product versus that middle level, because one of the biggest arguments for full recreation marijuana is we want to get it out of the hands of the cartel, but if it becomes so very expensive, the cartel will come in and saturate that. So I know Reno approved a $70,000 flat business license fee, but I think it couldn't take too long to call some people up. We've met a lot of people from Arizona, Colorado, I just can't remember the state, Washington, and come back with us with what you think makes the most sense. I'm not ready to give that direction. I don't know what the number is. I don't know whom will be providing the product, right? Who's going to apply for that, and where will it be dispersed out of our community as well? So, if Reno did a $70,000 flat business license fee, and we're much cheaper, right? Then you're also going to see a market going a little volatile. I'd rather have it uniform in as much as we can. And that way, people in their own communities can access their own product rather than having to drive across the county because this is a much lower product for the same thing. So if we could just look into that, I would be more likely to give you that direction.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, to Commissioner Jung, two pieces. Obviously, in the legislative session, there was much discussion in multiple bills tied to revenue, tied to excise tax. Obviously, there's the governor's portion tied to supporting our schools, and then the secondary piece of local government. To echo what you're indicating, lots of discussion has occurred on the overtaxing and where that kind of shifts things in terms of the black market. So I think, the temporary regs throw us into a little bit of a conundrum because everybody kind of has what they have established to
Right.
kind of get open with that July date. But I think the secondary discussion is back to that 3% and where we eventually end up. I think the whole point is to standardize it.
Right.
To give an example that I think the public doesn't know is in Washington, they actually had to lower their tax rate because it backfired in terms of what they were seeing in terms of both black market sides and in terms of the sales side. So
Right.
the other component of that is tied to the medical side in terms of those sales and in terms of where that potential impact is. So I know with our team, as a board, you guys have adopted this as a strategic initiative, which I think is critical. But with our staff, I think that's one of the key components we're looking at is how do we standardize it and stay. That's my biggest recommendation coming out of medical is to have some level of standardized process and to give you some numbers. So, and I think what you're saying,
great.
Commissioner, is what are the impacts on the vendor side
Right.
and what are the impacts on the county side?
Right, and, but again, I fully endorse the early start. We know it will only go till April, which then gives you lots of time and experience to also reevaluate and come back with other, well, not you, but your successor to come back and let us know what their recommendations are.
Yes, and I think the other piece, on the governor's task force, there were lots of recommendations that taxation gathered and went to the governor. We still haven't seen the final outcome of some of that. So I think we'll also incorporate components of that, of which a large discussion was, what are the monetary impacts? What are the service impacts?
Sure.
And my recommendation is that this essentially become a standardized item once a month so that you guys are getting those updates so you understand what's happening.
Great, thank you, Mr. Chairman. That's all I
Great.
have.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung. Vice Chair Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. One other question that I forgot. So post the 18-month early start program, the State Department of Taxation is going to have a new set of regulations, correct?
Yes.
And that's what I thought. So do you see them adding language that would allow additional dispensaries for recreational marijuana throughout the county? I know that it'll have to come to us for approval, but currently the county could only have 6 under the medical marijuana establishment. Do you see a change in that projection?
So the discussion at the task force and in the meetings I have been in with taxation is that the new regulations will implement some level of a process or a competitive process tied to additional facilities. Very similar to what you saw in medical in terms of a disbursement and an allocation. That process has yet to be defined. There was lots of discussion of local control. So what level does the local government have in the selection process versus the state process? As you all lived in the medical process, that basically was scored at the state level, and then we were told where those dispensaries went and those processes. So that's yet to be defined, but I can tell you from a NACO perspective, from a local government perspective, lots of input was given into the local level in terms of that process. And so what will happen is those new regs should define what the competitive process is going to be for those new applicants.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Commissioner Herman, do you have any comments at this time? All right. Mr. Schiller, I have just a few comments in regards to the Early Start program. There's currently a legal battle going on in Carson City between the alcohol distributors and in process. Will that delay the start of this? I know there has been an injunction filed by Carson City judge, in regards to delaying that early start? What is the impacts of that?
It's still pending, so I think the discussion point is going to be, I think it will delay. I'll defer to Paul Liparelli if he wants to comment on it, but he may not, but it's currently in process. My recommendation is we work on the code drafting to bring forward to you. While that works itself out, tied to, that's more tied to the distribution side of that. But there were, if you read the order that was issued, it talks about essentially the certificate issue and relationship to what they're allowed and what not allowed to do at the Department of Taxation. So I haven't had an update this week on it outside of what I've read, but it's still sitting there.
Okay. And then to dovetail off of Vice Chair Burke-Bigler's comment, in regards to the additional dispensaries, it's my understanding that we would be allowed an additional 4 dispensaries, just under the law for recreational. Through those regulations that are going to be passed down over the next 18 months, is it your opinion that we might have the ability to not allow those 4 additional dispensaries within the community, or how would that go about?
I believe what will happen, based on my discussions in both the governor's task force and with taxation, is, you'll have your allocation based on what was passed, but similar to what you had in medical, there will allocate by jurisdiction those numbers, and I believe, I haven't seen them, so the issue becomes what the county can, you could certainly say you're not going to do any more, if that was the county commission's intent in an action item, or secondary to that, much like we did in medical, you could opt in to say we're going to do 2 and allow 2 to go to another local jurisdiction within Northern Nevada. That's similar to how it worked in medical, and that's been a large discussion there. But at this point, what I've kind of tried to frame up, just so you understand, my framing is based on what's passed and the temporary regs. We have the existing, and I think what we do is we come back to you when the new regs are released, specific to what's allowed, what's not allowed, and what you have action to do or not do based on that. But everything I've been participating in is any additionals will require local government approval, which would be you.
Okay. And in regards to the fees, currently on the temporary regs, there will be 5 types of fees, correct? That you've outlined here in the staff report?
So what I outlined in there were just options tied to those fees.
Okay, those are options.
So really the direction today would be specific to, and that's why I brought up the business impact statement. So if we end up having to go through that process, that can belabor the implementation of the code, which would allow for recreational, so almost in 2 parts. The board could give direction specific to moving forward with code, which would allow for recreational, and then the second component could be also move forward, and it could be separately on the business fee side, tied to what option you ultimately want to do. And obviously, we can come back to you with what those options look like in terms of the revenue gain related to local government too.
My apologies.
But back to Commissioner Jung's point, I think her point would be move forward with the allowance based on the early start and work on the fee structure tied to the longer term in terms of the secondary code.
Okay. And then after, when those regs are completed, and we have the new regs from the state in 18 months, those fee structures could potentially change again at that time period, correct?
Yeah, you would be able to, as a board, adopt code and give direction tied to the business licensing side in terms of what you want to implement. So it could be a standardized process, or it could be tied to any of those options below.
Great. Thank you. All right, I have seen no further comment from the commissioners or questions at this time. I have individuals signed in for public comment. So first I will call public comment. I have Mr. Don Christensen first, followed by Mr. Sam Dene.
Good afternoon, Chairman Lucy and the commissioners. I think you've seen me here before on other matters, mainly on some of the rezoning questions that we've had. Again, I want to take my time on this particular subject, and I'll just address this. I am going to speak in public comment on the marijuana issue in general, number 25. I have a unique perspective, and I will bring that up also in my testimony on 25. I served for 16 years until I retired a few years ago as the senior revenue officer for the Nevada Department of Taxation. So I'm intimately aware of number one, the process of how the department got involved at all with the marijuana issue. And I just want to point out that you're being asked to make comment to the commission, the tax commission, in reference to their temporary regulation and your input as far as the permanent regulations that will become permanent in April. I want to stress that in my experience as the senior revenue officer in my territory with my 7 revenue officer staff covered from Verdi to Wendover. And mostly that's, of course, sales and business tax, some excise tax. But I want to stress the fact that you have the opportunity to put some teeth into the regulation that do not exist at the state level. Title 32, of which the marijuana tax is a component, is a civil statute. It is not criminal. Therefore, I carried a badge. I did not carry a gun. I was not a sworn officer. I had no authority to really enforce sales and excise. And I say excise tax because that's what the marijuana tax is. So I implore you to look at this thing and put some teeth into the what you can, the changes for your own licensing, land use, zoning regulations. We don't have no longer with the department, but the department doesn't have the staff. We don't have the audit staff to regulate this multi-million-dollar industry. And when you don't have oversight, you have problems. So do what you can to put some teeth into what you can put into. We don't have the staff.
Thank you, Mr. Christensen.
Thank you.
Next, I have Mr. Sam Dene, followed by Mr. Will Adler.
Sam, DNA, the DNA of Reno government. And I'm speaking under item 18, which we are now using the guidelines of 4 possible action rule that was initiated thanks to my efforts. And every single item on the agenda you can see in loud capital letters, 4 possible action. And I'm just trying to point out the fact that now you can tell when you can speak and when you can't speak at these podiums. I'm not speaking for or against any of this marijuana stuff. I don't use marijuana. I've got nothing against it. I just don't use it. I was a driving force that got medical marijuana in Reno, Nevada. But I had 2 primary guidelines when I spoke about it, mostly over at Reno City Council and a little bit here. I had 2 primary guidelines. One is medical marijuana establishments should be in industrial type areas, not on the main street of Reno, Nevada. Industrial, and I said that over and over again. And number 2 was my understanding that the drug testing cartel of America is in control of the drug testing, and they have every reason to want failed drug tests, from financial reasons to everything in between. And we've moved along way too fast, as far as I'm concerned, on all of this marijuana stuff. There should have been no medical marijuana establishments allowed until they were guaranteed that they would be in industrial, out-of-the-way type places, not on Main Street, Reno, Nevada. And I can tell by the looks on their faces, the brilliant Sam Dene has once again come up with the brilliant idea. And everybody in this room agrees with me. I'll bet even the medical marijuana businesses would agree that they would go in industrial areas if you ordered them to do that. I guess that goat has left the rodeo already. And I do want to compliment or thank Mr. Lucy for asking the pertinent question, and I don't know if everybody heard it, but right now, all of this recreational marijuana stuff is on hold because there is a lawsuit/injunction down in Carson City as to a whole bunch of little rigmaroles. So we were talking about July 1st, this going in operation, but that's just speculating that it may happen on July 1st, so they'll be ready to do it. Again, my point, the medical marijuana, maybe it's too late, but maybe in the future, though, all marijuana situations should be in industrial areas, not in these people's back front yards. And number two, we've got to find some way to make sure that people are properly tested for the THC.
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Next, we have Mr. Will Adler.
Thank you. I'm Will Adler with the Sierra Cannabis Coalition. I'd like to briefly speak on agenda item 18. Your staff has done over-the-top job with being informed with the marijuana issues this year, not just at the legislature, but at the governor's task force and at the early start regulatory meetings. I've seen Washoe County there at every meeting, and they've taken great lengths to be informed and interactive during it. I just want to clarify 2 points very quickly. Commissioner Jung asked, what is the good standing clause, or should you be judging good standing? It is actually not up to Washoe County to judge good standing. That is a state level allocation from the Department of Taxation and cooperative with Department of Health and Human Services, because DPBH, because the good standing comes from our current record with our current sales, with our current MMEs. And this will not be for an early start for everyone. It will only be for those who have operated correctly, had tax returns, and been open long enough to have a good standing judgment upon them from the state of Nevada. So you know that you're not getting just everybody who is in the marijuana industry. If they've had a violation, if they've had troubles, if they've sold to a kid, if they've done anything, they will not be eligible to even apply for recreational marijuana status. So you know you're getting sort of the cream of the crop from that. The other comment was, are we taxing too much, or will there be too much tax in Nevada? So we took that to heart this session and actually worked with legislatures, worked with staff to find a good number and find a good place for it. Colorado, other places start at 46, 47%. Washington started at 60% because they left up to some counties. It was far too high. It was a ridiculous amount. So Nevada right now, we have a 15% wholesale tax on recreational marijuana at the cultivation level. That will then be transferred over to having an 8%, 8.6% at Washoe County level sales tax, and then an additional 10% excise tax from the governor. In addition, you have the option to put on a 3% gross fee or up to a 3% gross fee in either a flat fee form or quarterly gross fee recordings. So that comes out to about 29% tax, and that's actually right on target with where other states have lowered themselves to this day. So it's actually a good number, and it will be very price competitive with the black market. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. All right. Seeing no further individuals sign in for public comment, I'll bring it back to the board. Okay, at this time, looking for direction from the board. Yes, Madam Clerk.
The documents that I handed out to you previously, I mistakenly identified as being for agenda item 18. They will actually go on record for the 25. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. So, Mr. Schiller, direction to staff at this time. Looking for a motion from the board.
I pushed the button. Can't you see it?
No, I didn't see it.
Do you want me to withdraw it and push it again?
You would, no, what's your motion, Matt, Commissioner Jung?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to direct staff on the Nevada Tax Commission's regulation LCB file number T002-17 concerning the recreational marijuana establishment early start program, and move to direct staff to initiate the ordinance changes for licensed land use and zoning regs for recreational marijuana establishments within unincorporated Washoe County, along with the feedback that you've heard from up here from the commissioners as well.
I have a motion and a second from the motion from Commissioner Jung, second from Vice Chair Bergbickler. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, please submit your votes. please affirm your votes. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Hartung being absent.
Great job, Kevin.
All
Can I just
right.
say something real quick?
Yes.
I just want to say, is this our last meeting with this dude? Okay, good, it's not. But Mr. Schiller, it's probably the last time we'll talk about this, and this was a heavy lift. And I know that you had to become a subject matter expert very quickly, along, of course, with support staff that helped with this. And remember, I was the appointed liaison for the board for the medical marijuana dispensaries, and now going on to full recreational. And I just have to say, while nobody is irreplaceable, your wealth of knowledge going down to Clark County, they really got a coup right there, just in this tiny area, let alone human services, child services, and whatever. So I just want to tell you, congratulations, great job. Thanks for all your hard work, and we will always keep a light on for you. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Jung, and absolutely, this, at least from my position from this chair, I share the same sentiments for all of your help and guidance through this process. It has been a very difficult and daunting process, and I have seen you down in Carson City and the hours that you've committed to this, and the clarity, and I think it is provided, and that shows dramatically in the ability for us to continue forward with the ordinances and the changes that we will be one of those forefront counties, in my opinion, when it comes to the discussion in regards to adult use and medical marijuana as we move forward. So thank you for all your time. Appreciate it, Commissioner Manager Sir. All right, Mr. Manager, we are going to take an item out of order. We are going to open the public hearing. I'm going to open the public hearing, and we're going to open up item 25 at this time. And I think we do have Commissioner Hartung calling in for this item. So, we do. Sounds like we're ringing.
I will read.
Yeah, please.
Once we get him on the line, perhaps
Yeah.
I should read.
Hello?
Commissioner Hartung. Can you hear us?
Hello?
Commissioner Hartung, can you hear us?
Hold on just a second here, Mr. Chairman. I was trying to put in some earbuds to stop all of the background noise. That is not going to work. Go ahead and speak so I can possibly hear.
All right.
Hold on just a second. Try again.
Okay, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am.
Okay,
Yes.
Good, good. So I'm going to have you place your phone on mute for a second. And then, I'm going to turn this over to the manager to read the item, please.
Mr. Chair, this is public hearing item. This is item 25. Public hearing for possible action to approve the relocation of a medical marijuana dispensary within unincorporated Washoe County pursuant to Section 3 of Senate Bill Number 276, as signed into law on June 9, 2015. This request is from GTI Nevada LLC, and Assistant County Manager Kevin Schiller is here to begin this discussion.
Mr. Schiller, the floor is yours.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, Assistant County Manager. Want to walk through a couple issues. As you just heard, this is a request for a move. This move, again, I want to make sure everybody's aware, is to move it from 745 Mays Boulevard, number 12 in Incline Village, to Eagle Canyon Drive, Spanish Springs, Nevada. And I guess what I wanted to do is make sure I talk to you about two specific areas. One is, in the move request, you have seen this before you. So this is the second request on a move. The first move, in the matter of the background, occurred back in October. And in October, when that move request occurred, the application was denied. In accordance with NAC and NRS and 453A, pursuant to your direction, there's really a two-step process for moves. In the 2015 session, as you're aware, we changed, or the Nevada legislature passed a law that allowed for a move to go beyond 5 miles. That was done after the regional location of several of these facilities occurred kind of in a corridor in the Mount Rose Incline area. With that, you also asked me specifically on any move requests and gave direction to staff that we would hold a neighborhood meeting in conjunction with the public hearing. So within the body of the staff report, a couple things I want to make sure that are highlighted. One is the notice requirements for the public hearing, which I've outlined specific in the staff report. The community meeting was held on June 6th. That meeting was really specific to, just like we did in the move previously, to get feedback from the neighborhood, which we've quantified in the body of the staff report. I'm going to talk a little bit about that, but I want to make sure you also know within the record and with the staff report, all the comment cards that were filled out at that neighborhood meeting were provided and put into the record, so we didn't want to miss any of those. In addition to that, Washoe 311 received multiple calls tied to that. You'll have a document in front of you that talks about a summary of those items tied to a petition and tied to those actual comments that came in related to placement of that dispensary. And then the third piece that I think is really important is making sure I kind of outlined to you what did we hear at that meeting. What were the specific details that we heard? So as you already aware, at the prior meeting, there was lots of, or at the prior denial, there was lots of discussion around the primary areas of parking in the vicinity of the location, a standalone facility, loitering concerns, and the proximity to the schools. So at this meeting, we had about 80 to 100 residents that attended the meeting. Key areas, and I'm just going to kind of highlight through those, were again, request to locate it in a commercial industry area, hours of operation, public use of marijuana on the site, availability of on-site security, potential for recreational marijuana in the future, pedestrian access and safety, increased resource demands on the sheriff's office and public safety, off-site advertising requirements, demographics served by the facility, opposition to MME facilities in general in the Spanish Springs community. Again, the proximity to Shaw Middle School, Spanish Springs High School, loitering by students before and after school. And we also had support. So in the 311, you'll see that there was a petition signed by about 314 residents in support of that. In the opposition side, again, concerns tied to even access, cash-only business, those types of issues that you've heard before you again. The other piece that I would tie in terms of direction to GTI, so as that occurred at the last denial, as I highlighted those three areas, what they've done is they essentially left after that denial and looked at various properties throughout Washoe County and different locations. They are going to do a brief presentation because I'd like them to highlight kind of their, I'm going to use the term efforts that they made to try to find an alternative location, what they went through to do that, and then actually show you some kind of photos of what it may look like and how it will look in the new facility location. Your action today is really, again, just action tied to the request for the move, tied to the application. And the third piece that I would highlight in terms of the neighborhood component that I think is important is in terms of the location in proximity to the previous location at Mays Boulevard. The board, when we did provisional letters and zoning letters for applicants and we looked at the number of dispensaries, one of the key areas that you highlighted as a board is, remember, we mapped those to look at regional location. So I think this all gets back to that in terms of where the regional location and the awards from the state went into kind of concentrated areas and weren't dispersed. So as you evaluate this, I think that's part of the reason in the Spanish Springs area we've had this discussion and been before you twice. But happy to answer any questions tied to the community meeting. The other piece, besides me facilitating and talking to the community meeting, our constituent services staff, Sarah Tone, facilitated that with me. And GTI also presented at that meeting along with representatives from the sheriff's office. Mr. Spratley was also there. And so many of the concerns that were addressed in here were really question and answer discussions. And I think the other piece that gets tied to it is just a reminder that all of the security, all of the regulatory requirements are those that are in regulation that oversee this process tied to how we move forward. So with that, I'm going to pass it over to GTI. I'd like them to talk particularly about two things. One, what they went through to get to the new location, and then the secondary piece is a couple questions came up earlier in the public comment about signage. That was a discussion point that came up, and the second piece being the tie to an industrial area outside of the area that they've currently selected. So with that, I'm going to have the presentation pulled up, have them talk, and then I'll come back to you.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schiller, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. My name is Ben Kennedy. I'm with the law firm of Dickinson Wright. We represent GTI of Nevada in their relocation request. And I'd like to just briefly introduce the members of our team. With me today is Mr. Anthony Georgiadis. Mr. Georgiadis is a principal of GTI. I've also got Brian Irvine, who's another attorney with my firm. And we've got Mr. Dominic Bernetti, who is a commercial realtor with Dixon Commercial Realty Group. Before we get into our presentation briefly, I'd just like to give you a sort of a brief overview of where we're at and how we got here. Mr. Schiller summarized, we had an approved location up in Incline Village. We sought to relocate that to Eagle Canyon Drive, 15 Eagle Canyon Drive. That location was in a strip mall immediately adjacent to a 7-Eleven. We went through the process, and the concerns that were raised and the reason given for ultimate denial was the amount of underage foot traffic at that type of center. There was a concern with kids from the local high schools congregating at the 7-Eleven in the morning, at lunchtime, after school, and given the proximity of the 7-Eleven to that proposed location, that there was a potential for issues to arise. So we were given direction to work with staff to try to find a better location, mutually acceptable location. And I'd like to make one point clear. While this commission and the state have outlined a preference for geographic spacing of these dispensaries so that they're not all located in one area, our search wasn't limited to Spanish Springs, and Mr. Brunetti can speak to that in a little more detail. We really did look in all of unincorporated Washoe County, which isn't as big as you would think when you've got your certain zoning and setback requirements. So I just want to make that clear, and we'll touch on that a little bit more additionally. The site that we're seeking to relocate to is 9650 Pyramid Highway. And under the existing county code, there are two objective requirements that must be met for relocation. There's a zoning requirement and there's a setback requirement. This commission has previously identified 4 zones in which medical marijuana is a permitted use. That's general commercial, neighborhood commercial, tourist commercial, and industrial. 9650 is zoned in a general commercial area. Washoe County Code 25.700 also requires minimum spacing to be more than 1,000 feet from a school and more than 300 feet from a community center. We've submitted with our application a surveyor's letter verifying that we meet those zoning requirements, or those spacing requirements. In addition to the objective criteria that the county has identified, we also believe that, and we'd submit that this meets the other issues that arise with the previous location, being the amount of underage foot traffic. We want to make clear this is a standalone location. It's not immediately adjacent to any convenience stores. It's off to a corner of a center, and there's no reason for anybody to be in the parking lot or congregating in front of the facility unless they're actually customers of the facility. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Georgiadis for a brief presentation, and then we'll entertain any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kennedy. Welcome, Mr. Georgiadis.
Good afternoon, and thank you for everyone's time. For the record, my name is Anthony Georgiadis, a principal with GTI. So it's been quite some time since I've been in front of you all. We took to heart the feedback that we received late October of last year. Since then, we've been working very hard to kind of satisfy some of the comments that were made. And what you have here today is kind of the culmination of all those efforts. I have a quick presentation I was going to flip through, but I'm having some issues with this. So, okay, there we go. So I want to just provide a quick background again on GTI, who we are, what we've been up to, and then also some additional detail on the site specifically. So we're a company, we operate medical cannabis facilities in 4 different states, Illinois, Maryland, Massachusetts, and we are operational right now down in Carson City. We have a dispensary that's been open since September 20th of last year. Here you have the core kind of team behind GTI, as well as some of the organizations that we're affiliated with or that we support. What you have here is our head of security, one of our core competencies that we really lean on is our expertise with regard to security. Chief Gaynor is the former Sergeant of Arms of the U.S. Senate and was Chief of the U.S. Capitol Police from 02 to 06. One of the things that we've done since the last time we were in front of you is we created a Northern Nevada Advisory Board. On the advisory board, we have the former Washoe County Sheriff, Michael Haley. We also have Officer Darren Sloan, who is with us today and can speak to you. Background on Officer Sloan is as follows. When Carson was enacting their medical cannabis program, they actually designated an officer on the staff to go ahead and interact with the MMEs in Carson City. Officer Sloan spent approximately 3 months with the commission here in Nevada, touring all the facilities across the state, and so has a unique kind of perspective on the industry as well as the operators. And we also have some representatives from the patient and the community. So one of the things that I think is important to know and to learn about us is who are we? You know, if I were kind of sitting in your shoes, I'd want to say, okay, well, tell me who are your friends? Who do you associate with? What do your neighbors think about this? So what you have here is in Carson City, we have letters of support from all the adjacent businesses. We have one from our landlord. We have one from the Dream Dinners, which is a next door business. We have another from the Red Hut in Carson City. And we also share the strip mall space with Hertz. And what you have here is full-blown support. We've worked with them to go ahead and act as good constituents in the neighborhood, and we've developed a solid relationship with all those folks. So we were back, when we were in front of you all, there were a few things that we heard it loud and clear. One was, we don't like the fact that you're on the end of a strip mall. Another is that your front door is essentially 20 feet from the front door of one of the busiest 7-Elevens in northern Nevada that is frequently loitered by the high schoolers close by. We also heard that this specific area had insufficient parking and that it was already somewhat of a mess given the businesses that operate in that specific strip mall. And so what did we do? We took a step back. First thing we did is we hired new counsel. One of the first things that council recommended that we do is hire a second real estate group to commence a fully comprehensive search. So we engaged Dixon, and I'll go ahead and turn this over to Dominic, who can speak to the level of detail and the work that we did to identify potential alternative sites.
Thank you, Anthony. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Dominic Brunetti, for the record, Dixon Commercial Group. What we did and what GTI sought, as Ben and Anthony have both discussed, is a site within unincorporated Washoe County, spanning to the tip north all the way to the tip south and east and west to California. And we sought as many investigated as many properties as possible. And I would say that over the time of our investigation, we ran due diligence on over 25 properties. As Ben mentioned, they all had to be zoned properly: general commercial, neighborhood commercial, tourist commercial, or industrial, and as well as be 1,000 feet from a school or 300 feet from a community facility or public place. We used maps provided by the county. We also used the tools customary to commercial real estate professionals to investigate as many properties as possible, both on market for sale and for lease, and off market. So properties that were not being advertised for sale for lease, we would pick up the phone, call, write letters, and investigate those properties properly. You will see in the packet a list of properties that we investigated, and they include properties in South Reno, North Washoe Valley, Hidden Valley, Lemon Valley, Cold Springs, and Spanish Springs. And we were not left with many choices despite this diligent effort to investigate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our search turned up the current proposal in front of you, which is at 9650 Pyramid. It is an old Blockbuster. It's a standalone building, about 5,500 square feet. There are 2 other dispensaries in northern Nevada that are old Blockbusters. This particular location has approximately 3.5 times the amount of parking that the previous location had in front of you. In addition, it is much, it's across the highway, and obviously not adjacent to a 7-Eleven frequented by high school students. What you have here is, what do our stores look like? And one of the things I want to try to convey, and it's difficult to do so in a concise manner given the limited time we have, but we truly do operate our business differently than some of the other folks here in Nevada. Here would be what the store, at least from a retail perspective, would look like. You don't see any green, you don't see cannabis leaves hung on our walls. And what you have here is an example of what our Carson store looks like, and our intention would be to design our store in Spanish Springs very similarly to how this looks. Here is the inside of our Carson City dispensary. Again, different look, different feel, different approach to the business. Here is a layout of the actual, the initial layout of the proposed facility. What you have here is you have the green area that is publicly accessible, and then in order to get access to the patient access area, requires access controls and key card access to get back where there's actually product. Some of the other features of this store would be controlled access via access control throughout the entire facility, 24/7 camera surveillance, on-site security for the public, carbon filtration so that there are no odors whatsoever, not a traditional look of a typical dispensary. In addition, every product that we sell is properly packaged in child-proof containers and properly labeled with its contents. In addition, community. So another thing that's very difficult to convey here, but we've really worked hard to ingratiate ourselves in the Carson community. We've donated over $20,000 from the store to various organizations. We have a special place in our heart for veterans, and we have every day we have a Save 5, Give 5 program, which essentially a patient has the ability to save 5%, or they can give that 5% to a veterans organization that we have profiled. In addition, you'll see we've already started donating and aligning ourselves with organizations here in here in the area. We have the Boys and Girls Club of Truckee. We have, there's a VFW close by that we've also donated. We've also provided support to the Veterans Memorial that's going up in Sparks. In addition, the folks on our team, we've been contributing to the communities that we've operated in before we were even in the cannabis business. And if you do some research on the principles behind GTI, I think you'll find that. So there are really two other things I want to make sure that I kind of highlight here through the presentation. So the first of which is that this is not Colorado. Nevada has done an excellent job with their regulations, and I don't think that we will ever see a point in time where we have a dispensary on every other corner that you sometimes see in downtown Denver. It just won't happen. Second, medical marijuana is already in the community of Spanish Springs. Right now, there are delivery drivers that are driving around with marijuana and cash delivering to Spanish Springs residents. It's already here. So what you have here in front of you is an opportunity to go ahead and have much more jurisdictional control over the control of the sale. You control and regulate us. Right now, these folks are coming from Reno and Sparks, and they're delivering to the constituents, and the cash is going back there. And when the time comes, there is going to be an issue. So this provides you with an opportunity to have a lot more control over the entire control and sale of medical marijuana. I just want to make sure that everyone is aware that it is already in the community.
Thank you, Mr. Georgiadis.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Brian Irvine. I'm also, like Mr. Kennedy, with Dickinson Wright Law Firm. I'll be very brief. You saw in our PowerPoint presentation that one of GTI's advisory board members is former Washoe County Sheriff Michael Haley, who could not be here today. But I have a letter from Mr. Haley that I'd like to read into the record, and then I think our presentation is concluded. And this is addressed to the entire board in support of this specific agenda item. It says, I am writing to support the relocation of GTI Nevada LLC medical marijuana dispensary license to the proposed location in Spanish Springs. In following this issue closely, I believe that the concerns that the county/state had when medical marijuana was introduced have not materialized. This same point was made by Lieutenant Eric Spratley from the Washoe County Sheriff's Office during the June 6, 2017 Spanish Springs community meeting. More specifically, there has been no increase in crime, Public safety issues such as traffic incidents have not increased. Drug propaganda fears have not materialized, and sales of medical marijuana have not increased the burden on the Washoe County Sheriff's Office patrol operations, according to Lieutenant Eric Spratley. Medical marijuana is already present in Spanish Springs as dispensaries throughout both Reno and Sparks, using delivery drivers, make deliveries to residents on a daily basis. By allowing the medical marijuana retail storefront to operate in Spanish Springs, you provide residents who are already prescribed medical marijuana a convenient place for their medical visits where they can receive better education about the products that they choose to use. Washoe County, by approving item 25, will retain jurisdictional control over sales of medical marijuana to members of its community. I urge you to approve agenda item 25 as written. Thank you for your consideration. Michael A. Haley, former sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, at this time, with the conclusion of the presentation, Commissioner Hartung, can you hear me?
I can, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Is it a problem for me to have the phone off of mute
Yes,
while I...
you can go ahead now.
Okay. If you don't mind, I need to make a disclosure, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, as you know, I work as a county commissioner with the best interest of all of Washoe County in mind. I'm keenly interested in the issues affecting District 4. I have attended the community meeting held by the developer concerning GTI's request to move their location to Spanish Springs. There was only one such meeting open to the public, but they were not meetings of any county commission or board. I do not know whether the meeting was recorded or whether there are any minutes that exist. Information about the developer's project was presented by the developer's agent, and some of the residents were present and asked questions. I witnessed those exchanges, but I did not ask or answer any questions, nor did I participate other than my observing the meeting. I intend to participate in the board's consideration of agenda item 25 concerning GTI's move. I have not formed an opinion about the application based on my observation of the meeting I just mentioned. I read the staff report and related materials that are in the public packet. I would like to ask some questions of staff, the applicant, and potentially other speakers, and I intend to consider whatever else is offered at today's meeting. My decision, my vote, will be based on matters in the public record. I have consulted with the district attorney's office, and based on that advice, I'm making this disclosure and declaring my intent to participate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. All right, at this time, I'm going to bring it back to the board. We do have a number of individuals signed in for public comment, so I'm going to open public comment at this time. So at this time, I have Mr. Ronald King signed in. So I'd ask Mr. Ronald King to come and speak, followed by Miss Diana Christensen.
For the record, my name is Ron King, and welcome to the commissioners for having an opportunity to hear from us as the public. And here we are again, and we're talking about the same company that applied for a facility just approximately 1,000 feet away. And I would like to say at this point, so that I get it across in case I happen to pass away, vote no. Vote no. All of the objections that you have heard earlier on and you've heard in the past are still very valid. There's still only just maybe 1,000 feet difference between where they were proposing before and where they're proposing now. The same objections exist. There's still children going to and from, even though they may not congregate at any one place. We have a convenience store, we have Burger King, we have the grocery store, we have all places where children, as we've been emphasized for, going to be taken. And what are they going to do and where are they going to go when they're not being taken? And it's backing up again to a neighborhood. The other dispensaries are not in a neighborhood. The other thing that I wanted to make note of is as I reviewed the profile of the principals in the GTI company, we realized that these people are entrepreneurs. Their only concern is the bottom line. That is what they are concerned about. They have successfully opened, yes, many businesses and been successful in raising those. It's been because of the bottom line. They are seeking, I'm sure, local investors who, maybe some of you on the board have invested and put one of these portions into your portfolio. I don't know. I'm just suggesting that is my opinion. So again, I say, please vote no because of the previous objections. The other point that I'd like to quickly make is that I am a patient of the Mayo Clinic, and I asked one of my physicians at the Mayo Clinic if he would ever recommend marijuana for someone with the chronic pain that I have, that has not been able to be treated by other medications. And he, not wanting to be identified, but allowing me to identify him being associated with the Mayo Clinic, says that he would not prescribe that to his worst enemy. So keep that in mind. We're very grateful for those of you who have supported the objections in the past. We ask you to continue to do so, and please do not allow this facility to come into the Spanish Springs area. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. King. We next have Ms. Diana Christensen, followed by Mr. Don Christensen.
I'm Diana Christensen, Mr. Commissioner or Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. I would like at this time to address some of these issues that were mentioned at the meeting. The first issue that was mentioned was their search of the entire community to find places to put this. There were a couple locations out in Cold Springs, I guess, that are identified in their paperwork as being okay places to put it, but according to them, they won't make enough money. Somewhere it was mentioned at that meeting that all they required was 45 hits a day to make their business plan, and I can't believe that they couldn't do that in Cold Springs. What I do believe that because we live on the Pyramid Highway and they have access to thousands of hits during a 3-week period when we have numerous people traveling that highway to and from Burning Man out in the desert, that they will be able to make 1 to maybe 3 years worth of their desired income in a matter of weeks. And so I would like to say that this community, our community, should not be punished for the fact that it sits on the Pyramid Highway. All of this study that they have done does not say that they did not end up at their original location, because that is where they will make in unincorporated Washoe County the most possible money for the least possible effort. The other thing that I'd like to identify is the fact that that is a busy corner. We will see traffic problems, no matter what. The other thing that greatly concerned me that was brought up at the meeting is that they will have security. And when asked if that security would be armed, they threw themselves in with the banks and other establishments and said nothing, other than they threw themselves in with those. And what I foresee is that I will take a second thought at going into that area, because as much as the former sheriff says that we have adequate protection out there, anyone who lives in the community knows we could be as much as 10 or 15 minutes away from law enforcement. I am worried about the fact that their security being more security for the firm, for their assets, for those things that can be taken, being more concerned with that than they are with the welfare of the public. I would hate to see myself, my children, my neighbors become innocent bystanders as they defend their product. And I would ask, the main reason I'm here is because I was not going to stand here, but President Kennedy said many years ago, the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men do nothing. And I would ask you to stand as good men and defend our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Christensen. Mr. Don Christensen.
Again, good afternoon, Chair Lucy and the commissioners. Again, it's a privilege for me to speak to you. I apparently briefed my briefed my wife last night a little bit of my topic. I want to take a completely different turn. Yes, I'm on record that I object to the immorality of the product. but this is not the issue. I understand that. We are committed, as the commission is committed, to place a dispensary in Spanish Springs. I just want to point out the elephant in the room is Burning Man. And I've done a lot of research on it. I've been out there as my capacity as a revenue officer. And I won't go into the craziness that occurs there, but essentially half of the population, in other words, half of the 70,000 that attend this week-long event are going to travel to that event on the Pyramid Highway. The other half goes up the other way on Highway 447 through Wadsworth, and that's fine. They don't have the infrastructure, though, like the grocery stores and the other things. I just want to point out, number one, the tremendous amount of traffic that's going to be concentrated on this location, coming and going. You're going to have 35,000 potential customers of this dispensary. And you notice I don't say patients, I say customers, because we need to make a reality here that the acquisition of this product does not always necessarily represent an illness or a response to an illness. So you've got this terrible, terrible congestion. My other point is on law enforcement. When you talk about the millions of dollars that you are going to have handed over, you're granting these people a license to collect, and I'm not in constraint of trade, but bad things happen when you have that kind of money being transacted, and there's no enforcement. My old department, the Department of Taxation, has absolutely no teeth. Even though they sent me out to Burning Man to do some enforcement work, no, we had no possible way of overseeing that money. We don't have the audit staff. And on the county level, Sheriff Deputy Spratley, in that last meeting in last week, he stated that there's not enough.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you very
Christensen.
much.
Next, I have Mr. David Jones, followed by Miss Jody Johnson. Mr. Jones, where is Mr. We can bring him back at a later. So next I have Mr. Marcus Waite. Is Marcus? No. Oh yeah, Jody Johnson. Come on down, Miss Johnson.
I listened to the gentleman here, and it's pretty clear that they have a vested interest called their pockets. And all the rest of us that are here regarding this agenda are here in opposition. And we have a very much more important reason for being here, and that is our children who are the future of Nevada. There's nothing more important to be voting on than our children and our future. I'm sure these are very fine people, and certainly I agree that their stores are very nice looking stores. I think they would look great on a street like Glendale or Gregg Street. That's an appropriate place for something like that. Not in our neighborhoods, not where our children have a little bit of an easy access to it. It's too dangerous. And if you talk about having something conveniently located to people, but you already said that they have access to having something delivered right to their door. To me, that's about as convenient as it gets. So that's not a great argument about it being more convenient for those people who are already having it delivered. It seems clear to me if they just moved from the previous proposition to this proposition only by approximately 1,000 feet, it seems like it's targeting Spanish Springs High School a little bit too much. Shaw Middle School. It's too dangerous. We can't risk that. I would urge you to think about what Assemblyman Ira Hansen has already stated. To put the rezoning into your hands, you have the power to do that, to make appropriate places for these dispensaries. We'll have to keep coming to your meetings and junking up all your time, and I hate to do that to you. Just take care of it. You have the power to do it. to make appropriate places for the dispensaries instead of we keep bringing these propositions up. And we care about it, so we will keep coming. We want to protect our children. So I urge you to consider that in your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Miss Mary Peterson.
She had to leave to go to work.
Okay, thank you. Miss Lynette Peters.
That's okay. I had no further comment. I spoke earlier.
Thank you. Miss Tess Wertishin.
Thank you for letting us speak. I have the same concerns that I listed before.
Ma'am, can you state your name? Can you state your
Lynette Peters. Sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, we got kind of out of order, I guess.
Okay.
Again, I help with addiction recovery programs several times a week, and we see a lot of problems that stem from easy access. And a lot of times it is young people getting access to things that adults older than them have around their home. We have the same concerns. Again, it's not that far away from where we had before, where you wanted to go before. But there was a study by the Center of Disease Control and Prevention that said that if there was an alcohol store within a half a mile of a school, the binge drinking and the drunk driving and the fatalities because of drunk driving all went up around that area. And I think that driving under any influence of any kind of drug or alcohol, that is the thing that we're concerned about out there in Spanish Springs. And one of the other concerns that I have, I know you're concerned about education, that we know that students who start using marijuana, a lot of times they drop out of school, their grades go down, they don't make great choices and decisions, they do stupid things, adults do too, and when they're under the influence. And I'd really like to ask you again, please don't allow this in our Spanish Spring neighborhood. Let's take it out to a more industrial area where it's not so easily accessed by children. I think that it's really interesting that we had the Lemon Valley discussion here this morning. I believe that some of the commissioners some years ago could have made some choices and decisions that would have prevented what these people are going through right now. You aren't necessarily responsible for what happened with that. But I believe that the same thing, you are in a key position right now to prevent a flood of social, emotional, and family problems that are going to happen about 10 years down the road that you could have prevented by your decision to vote against this particular location at this time today. Please vote against this location in a family place. Thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Peters. All right. Ms. Wertishin.
So I am the real test petition. We just heard from Lynette Peters. So first of all, I want to thank you, commissioners, for standing with the Spanish Springs community on the last two votes and helping to protect us from the marijuana dispensary. In the meeting in October, GTI has referenced that they heard many things. One of the things they did hear and did not reference was numerous community members got up and said, not here. This is the heart of our community, not at this intersection. Take it down to the industrial zone. But they did not listen and they did not do that. The findings of the October meeting included concerns about the amount of underage foot traffic. We still have that. You can see in your handout the two maps at the bottom of the first page. One is a street view. The other is the aerial showing that this is right next to our one and only grocery store. We've heard how this is located, but nobody has really mentioned it's right there a few feet away from the grocery store. We have kids congregating there. We have the scouts selling their cookies and their wreaths during the, yeah, somebody just laughed at selling cookies. That would be good for the scouts, wouldn't it? So we have our kids here. We still have kids, a huge amount of underage traffic. I have to drive by that building from where I live to go into the grocery store. Also, you can see at the top of your handout a sample of their menu from their marijuana dispensary in Carson City. It's not about medicinal only. There are several there that have been highlighted that have absolutely no CBD, which is the active ingredient supposedly in marijuana. So they are already selling stuff that has no medicinal value. In addition, asked at the community meeting point blank and by Colo 8 News, who, by the way, recorded the entire meeting. If you need a record of what was said, get it from the news station. Mr. Georgiadis was asked if they are going to settle recreationally. He said he did not know. I want to point out that he is an MBA. He's worked on mergers and acquisitions and private equity. He is a smart man, I will give you that. Normally the type of person I would like to hang out with.
Address the commission as a whole.
However, as a smart man, he knows very well what he is doing. He would have said no if his plan would have been strictly medicinal. But you've heard, we do not want this in our community. And lastly, I've already heard from two reputable people while sitting at this meeting that the fix is in, that we already know which way the county commission is going to vote on this. If that is true and this does get passed, we are going to be asking what backdoor deals have been made if this is allowed to go in over the strong opposition of the community in favor of out-of-state business. And how many people on that petition of 300 that are in favor of this are from our community? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
For the record, Mr. Chairman, Ms. Wurdeschen did have a handout which I distributed to you, and I will put on the record.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Next, I have Mr. Ira Hansen signed in. I do not see Mr. Hansen in the next. I have Mr. Kenneth Quirk. Mr. Quirk.
Hello, my name's Kenneth Quirk. It's a privilege to be in the United States of America where we can come and express our opinion and defend our community. I grew up in Spanish Springs. I'm 27 years old. I've spent my whole life there except for when I've been off at school or being a missionary for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. The community is meaningful to me. I went to Spanish Springs High School. I went to Shaw Middle School. It is my hope that we will see that my story is not unique, that the people who are here to speak against this facility are the people who live in the community, and I hope that that carries more weight than an out-of-state business that is coming to turn a profit. Now, is that fair to say that they're just here to turn a profit? After all, they've told us the wonderful ways in which they benefit our community, and I actually do congratulate them for reaching out to veterans and making those contributions. However, I think it is all a farce and a disguise. I have noticed, I went to their public hearing, and I have noticed that their argument is not, this is why our facility in itself is good for the community. Their argument is, look at how great we are at hiding that we're a marijuana company. Look at our facility. It doesn't even look like a dispensary. Look at the products that we provide. They're well packaged, and interestingly enough, at the meeting, when they were asked the question directly, when given the opportunity to become a recreational facility, will you choose not to? And their answer was, we cannot say whether we would do that now. In other words, as we all know, yes, absolutely, they will do that. The argument that, oh, we tried so hard to find a place is heartrending. I feel so bad for them. The fact that you could not find an appropriate place does not make an inappropriate place now appropriate. It's, as it has been stated many times, it is in an inappropriate location. I am a general manager at a local company, and sometimes I am required to let employees go because they failed drug tests for marijuana. As a company, we see it as unsafe to have employees who drive our vehicles through the community and risk being under the influence of marijuana. Now, we hold ourselves to that standard, but now we are asking ourselves, do we want to put a marijuana facility on the Pyramid Highway, arguably the most busy street outside of the freeways in the Reno-Sparks area? I think it is a terrible idea. I hope and pray that that our commissioners here will stand behind the community as you have done in the past, and I thank you for having done that in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Kurt. Mr. Samdonay.
Sam Dene, and to put it in perspective, I've been to more meetings, more podiums, more public comments than all of the citizens, not just in this room, in all of Reno added together. I'm an Air Force Academy graduate. I have a fairly decent background, but I gotta say, and I've never had to say this before, not had to, I've never said this before, but that right there was a tough act to follow. Nice smiley face. That gentleman really said it with passion and honesty, and I don't have a pony in this rodeo. I don't live anywhere near that highway where they want to put this operation. But I do have a little bit of a pony indirectly. I'm responsible for 92% of the good things about Reno, and anybody can come and challenge me if they want to. Nobody ever has, because I am. I've been doing this since 1994, always philanthropically, never asking for money. I've never been a lobbyist for anybody, just speaking from my own heart. And I do have a little pony because Burning Man, was talking about Burning Man. I was the man who saved Burning Man in 2003 when the county commission was one vote away from shutting it down. I told them not to. They didn't give me credit for it, or blame, but they voted, they changed their vote, and Burning Man exists now. And it's not a bad thing. I don't know, there might be more of them. I think most of those guys in Burning Man come here with their own stuff. They don't come to Reno to buy their stuff, and even when we do have it, I really guarantee, almost sure they're going to bring their own pot with them. Again, I'm not speaking for or against this. It's really, really a tough decision. I've always been a believer in neighborhood self-determination, that conclave should have the right to make their own decisions. And as I said before, it really seems like there could have been a place that was a little more out of the way to place this operation. And I guess, oh, and by the way, here we have our beloved Sheriff Haley. He was the sheriff here for many, many years. And I'm not stepping on him, really nice man. But I wonder how many men Sheriff Haley, directly or indirectly, had put in jail for having marijuana, or supposedly having marijuana, or being stoned, even though they probably might. The testing system, these gentlemen ought to really be doing something about the testing system. The testing system for marijuana is so blatantly incongruous that you have to almost consider it's premeditatedly corrupt to make people look like they're stoned so they can put them in jails and get more money for rehab and all that other stuff. And anyway, you guys got to make your decision. I'm going to give these men my business card so that they can talk to me before they make their decision.
Thank you, Mr. Dene.
You're welcome.
Miss Kathy Brandhorst.
My name is Kathy Brandhorst, and I'm also the United States President. I just wanted to let you know the medical marijuana dispensary. Well, it's also stated unincorporated Washoe County. Bill number 276. As signed into law on June 9th, 2015. Well, I just wanted to let you know, LLC, they're all on death row, as you know, as somebody tried to say. And I just wanted to tell you, they are not hired, never hired at all. And so I guess they think that they can dispense the marijuana anywhere they want to, even to children, even to adults by breaking and entering in their homes and shoving it down their throats to make sure that they're going to be high. And the children are being kidnapped out of the schools, and then most of them say that it is shoved down their throats. Oh my God. Yes, it is. They would like to see the kids jump off of a tallest building in downtown Reno. I wanted to mention too, the marijuana is also being sold and down on South Virginia Street, Reno. And I don't know why that has not been closed down. I heard everybody tell me bus ride, because I'm a bus rider. And we all mentioned, why hasn't it been closed down? We heard that it was going to be put out of business and no longer in business, and that would help some of us to stay alive. Because when they're high on drugs, they can jump off the highest building. Also, they don't know what's happening to them at all, like having their leg chopped off with the electric chainsaw, or maybe even their head chopped off with the electric chainsaw, or maybe even the body chopped up. And they feel no pain, do they? Well, I don't believe that. I believe they're still in pain, even though you had to shove it down their throats. I don't want this marijuana anywhere in our city. It should be destroyed. It should not even be distributed anywhere at all.
Thank you, Ms. Brandhorst. Next, we have Mr. Will Adler, followed by Ms. Rebecca Gasca.
Thank you. I'm Will Adler with Sierra Cannabis Coalition. I'd like to speak to a few of the things mentioned today about the proposed GTI. That's cool. Proposed GTI relocation to the new address in the Spanish Springs area. The previous meeting in October, a lot of issues came up about the parking, about the congestion in that one particular area, and I felt like the group GTI did address all those concerns by finding a new location and going above and beyond to get the concerns dealt with. So it is similar concerns, similar hearings that we're having of it's still in the area, it's still in their backyard, but the concerns were met. And when it came to Senate Bill 276 back in 2015, the number one concern of Washoe County was the declustering of dispensaries out of the Incline Village area and out of the consolidation of 3 within a stone's throw of one another. So in those hearings and in the testimony, it was thought that Washoe County needed the ability to geographically distribute their dispensaries evenly across all districts, and that would be done today. Today we have one dispensary in every one of your commissioners' districts except for District 4 with Commissioner Hartung. So this would do what initially was asked for in 2015 back at the legislature. It would move all the dispensaries that were formerly clustered in one district to an even spread across every district except for Commissioner Young's district, which would have 2 because you were allocated 1 extra license back in 2015 as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Next, I have Ms. Rebecca Gasca, followed by Mr. Tyler Brennan.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Rebecca Gasca, and I've had the pleasure of being involved in the medical marijuana industry since its inception. In fact, I've been working with patients in this community since 2008, almost 10 years, hand in hand, as they've worked with the legislature in order to move this program forward so that they could more readily access their medicine and now under the state-approved program, medicine that's lab tested and properly packaged and accessible with knowledgeable individuals who can help them find the treatment that's right for them. I've also had the distinct ability of having been involved since the very inception of this license itself. My firm worked to help actually write the license application for this license for the initial state consideration. And we've had the pleasure of working with GTI, not only through their opening in Carson City, but through the reconsideration of their request to move from Incline Village. And as they've searched throughout the county to find the most appropriate location in order to meet patient needs. We work with them on their major compliance issues, on their operational plans, security plans, the design of their facility, meeting patient needs, the inception of their advisory board in order to make their local presence in the community known, and of course, any of the community work that they do. I'm here because I'm going to read just a brief bit from one of the advisory board members who also wasn't able to make it today. Unfortunately, she's had some serious family medical emergencies and is unfortunately out of town. But Tamara has been involved in the patient community for a number of years. She's worked at actually a different dispensary, is now out on her own doing some more community-focused work. But she's joined our advisory board, and she's actually a member of the Spanish Springs community. She's a constituent of Commissioner Hartung, and she submitted a letter to him, a few words of which I'll read into the record, noting that patients in Spanish Springs are underserved, and they do need a local dispensary. Having to drive in as a patient into the industrial area of Sparks or areas of Reno to buy product is impractical and expensive for some patients. And for patients who'd like the experience of a brick and mortar store to be able to go in and communicate with knowledgeable advocates is one of the pleasures that patients don't have at this point up in Spanish Springs. So I've got a copy of her letter that I'd like to be entered into the record, as well as about 325 signatures of constituents from around the area some of whom were not comfortable coming to speak on the record based on the way that they've been treated by their neighbors in their community, unfortunately. And so they've just placed their name on the petition here in support of our work. So thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Tyler Brennan.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Tyler Brennan. Thank you for your time. I'm the general manager at Rise in Carson City. Currently, we opened that store in September. Most important thing I really want to express is how we've helped people in Carson City, and that's the biggest argument a lot of times is people not understanding what cannabis has done as far as pain treatment, as far as seizure treatment, helping with Parkinson's. I mean, the list goes on what we've been able to help people in Carson City receive access. So prior to us opening in Carson City, those patients were paying on average about $30 to $50 for a delivery service to deliver products to them, or they were having to drive up about an hour and a half round trip to pick up products. Now with the delivery service, and there was some talk about that, there is no education. So the biggest thing that we do at Rise is educate our patients. We want them to find relief. So if their goal is to find pain relief, we do. We talk about CBD. We talk about THC, which is actually very good for immediate pain relief. It's very similar when you're talking about pain relief as a narco, fentanyl patch, OxyContin. These are things that people are stopping completely. They're stopping seeing their pain management doctor. They've stopped taking these hard pain prescriptions that have done damage to their stomachs, their insides. They kind of numb them as a person. We've been able to get them off of those. Along with that, when you talk about Parkinson's, seizures, we have patients as low as 8 years old who have been able to take away their seizures from having multiple night seizures every night to now having no seizures. To see the effects on that parent who now can lay their child to bed every night and not have to worry about seizure, not have to worry about other seizure medication that was really harming their child and making their child sleep all day and have no personality, not be able to play with toys and have fun. Seniors, we see more seniors than probably anybody else being in Carson City. We're finding that most of the time they're not educated. So when they were going up to other dispensaries or they were trying things on their own, they're over-medicating. They're not understanding the difference between CBD, which is non-psychoactive, and THC, which can make you high. We really look after microdoses. So something that we can find that's very small that won't necessarily make you high or psychoactive, but can still find relief with pain, with anxiety, with depression. These are the things that we're really trying to come across. It's been great. This is the most fulfilling job that I've ever had. I've been in this industry for 3 years now. I started in Denver and I was able to move out here. I'm helping people every day. My staff helps people every day. They feel great about what they do, and we've really become part of the community. Our patients see us 2 to 3 times a week. They're coming in, they're asking questions, they're getting feedback, they're talking to other patients. It's much more of a community. This is not just marijuana. This is not just people getting high. This is helping people. And just for the record, there is no way I can see 35,000 people in a week in a store. We would be dealing with hours and things like that.
Thank you. We have Ms. Sabrina Ostrander, followed by Mr. Jeff Staffelbach.
Hello, for the record, Sabrina Ostrander. Thank you for your time. I really appreciate getting to say my voice because I didn't get to last week at the community. I live out in Spanish Springs, Sparks area. I do have 2 boys currently enrolled in Shaw Middle School. They had to watch me go through breast cancer at 37 a couple years ago. And my boys understand that this is truly medicine for me, and it saved my life. I've lost 2 friends that have been diagnosed with breast cancer and have died since then. I'm the only one who was open enough to actually open my mind to cannabis. And I'm asking you guys to stand up for me and my right to be able to get my medicine where I live, not have to have it delivered, not have to go anywhere else. I have been working at Rise for the last 8 months, month after it started, and I feel like it has been a godsend for me because I have been able to learn exactly how to help balance my hormones, my post-5 surgeries since having double mastectomy, but mainly on realizing I had a lot of PTSD from it. And I do not feel that I should be shut down just because I am one citizen out there that is saying, yes, I stand up for it, I will fight for it, and I believe that I should be given the right, just like anyone else back here that has any kind of religious beliefs that want to block it and not have an open mind to it, that I should be able to go, just like they can go, to CVS and get their medicine. I want to have a place I can go to get my medicine. And I really appreciate that I have this opportunity to speak when so many is against it, and I am very thankful for all the knowledge I've been able to learn working at a dispensary, and I see every day other people that have had to struggle and go through so much and see their lives turned around just like mine has. So thank you again so much for letting me speak.
Thank you. Excuse me, this is a business meeting. Mr. Jeff Staffelbach.
Good afternoon again. I'm pleased to be able to speak again to you guys, and I'm glad that Vaughn is on the phone listening. I was a little bit alarmed when he wasn't here, but hey, it's great he's taking part in this. At the community meeting that we had a few weeks ago at Lazy Five Park, I asked the question if they honor out-of-state medical marijuana cards. Yes, they do. So all these people that are going to be driving through, going to Burning Man with their cards from other states will be stopping and supplying themselves with what they need or want. It is not hard to get a medical marijuana card. Back where I raised my children, it was learned that when the medical marijuana cards first became available, many of the kids in the high school, especially some of the athletes that complained of having a sore back or whatever, were able to get a medical marijuana card. It was very alarming to not only the people, but also to the high school staff. And if it's so needed, if they supply such a great service, why wouldn't it thrive in an industrial park away from mainstream? It's ridiculous. We wouldn't survive. If they're so needed, they would. And one is already roughly a little over 6 miles away, I guess, up in Sun Valley. That's not very far. Why do we need another one? Why do they have to move from where they're at? They're not making enough money. And, I believe that it should be regulated more by the federal government. So it would be countrywide and really regulated. I voted against the recreational use in Nevada, and I'm a Democrat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Next is Miss Lissa Farrell. Followed by Miss Whitney Kissenberger.
Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Farrell. I am an employee of RISE. I am 62 years old, and February 22nd, I slipped on ice, fell. I broke my wrist, I slammed my elbow down on the ground, and I smashed my humerus into itself in the... You can imagine the pain that is involved with that. And as I laid on the ground, I realized that my worst nightmare had just occurred, that I was now going to have to go to a hospital and become part of our American medical situation. So what do I do? What do I do? I get someone to take me to the hospital. I make sure that I am medicated before I walk in that door, because they're going to ask me several times if I want something for my pain. I know, as an employee of RISE, how to mix THC and CBD together for the maximum pain relief, yet be perfectly ready to answer any question at a hospital. And that is what I did. I got out of that hospital without any of their poisons. I went back to RISE. I bought those products that I knew that would work for me, and for the entire time that my right wrist and arm have gone ahead and healed, those are the only things that I have used. I have used marijuana since 1973. I moved to Nevada in 1981. I have never, ever had a problem buying marijuana anywhere in this state, any other state. If you think that just because there is not a storefront that your children do not have access to that drug, you are incorrect. You need to control your children. That is not my job. Yesterday I saw your mother. She came in. She was not making sense. She had her oxygen bottle in her purse. I said, "Why are you here?" She said, "Last week I couldn't even remember my name, and someone gave me some CBD oil, and I'm doing really well. I've got my card. I want some CBD oil." And I said, "Yes, you are in the right place." The next gentleman has liver cancer. He only came in for pain relief. I said, there is a product that will not only relieve your pain, but may bring your tumors down. He said, fantastic, I'll be back in a couple of days. That is what we see every day. We need to see these folks. We need to give them the information so that they will live a better life. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Miss Whitney Kissenberger, followed by Miss Nicole Sparrow.
Excuse me. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Whitney Kissenberger. I am actually an employee at Rise Dispensary in Carson City. I am also the wife of a 100% unemployable disabled veteran who suffers traumatically from things that he has done overseas and suffers every single day. And actually, he's been able to get off all of his medications from the VA because of medical cannabis. And first and foremost, more because of CBD, which is the non-psychoactive ingredient that is in cannabis. Tremendously, I have realized by implementing this in his daily regimen that even THC have been important to help him reset his brain, to get him away from the panic attacks and the intrusive memories and thoughts that really come into his head. And I will actually coat his receptors with THC, kind of cloud his brain, but then about a half hour later, I will implement CBD, and it actually clears his mind, doesn't make him stoned anymore, but it actually gives him the head reset. He can actually keep going and play with our little girls and not have to be in crazy amounts, like wanting to be in the back of the room crying and want to hide. It's been amazing. He's more lively because he's not on these oxycodones, pain medications. He's interacting with our children, and he's actually getting pain relief tremendously because he has a dual compression fracture in his spine. He shattered his ankle. He had LED blast. He has scar tissue on his eyes. So he's just really, really in need of medication, but he does not want to be clouded by prescription medications. So it's been amazing for him to not feel stoned, but still get tremendous body relief, still get the psychoactive medication relief without taking those insane medications, which have tremendous side effects. Cannabis, you have the side effects of you're hungry, you might feel a little drowsy, and you might want to go to sleep. And sometimes if too much THC is implemented, there can be hallucinations, and people feel really uncomfortable and can get heart palpitations. That's why it is so important for us, like what we do at RISE, to educate people to implement more CBD, so that way we can really get on point with what we're trying to do.
Thank you. Next is Mrs. Nicole Sparrow.
Hi there. Thank you so much for listening. My name's Nicole Sproul. I'm a medical patient. I do visit the RISE on a regular basis, and I have been extremely grateful to the staff at RISE for their knowledge and the ability to be able to ask them questions, and they can steer me in the right direction. The one thing that I've been listening to you all say today is it's quite interesting, the people that are against it. There's a lot of information that they don't seem to have when they talk about certain things, that the legalities and, like the discreetness of the packaging and not wanting it to look like a dispensary are all things from the state.
Ma'am, can you speak a little further into, Commissioner Hartong's having a tough time hearing you.
Thank you.
Please. Go ahead, continue.
At any rate, it's unfortunate that the information isn't available to everyone, or the knowledge and the research hasn't been done by some of the naysayers. Yes, it's important that we take care of our children. It's important that there's not liquor stores near schools, but they are. We do have an importance to take care of our children, yes, but we also have an importance to be a convenience for the other people, that the 325 people that signed. They're all people that have to travel to go get their medication because they don't want to be on opiates. They don't want to be drooling in their pillow. I don't understand the naivety of some people. I understand the concerns of being against something, but I would hope that you would all do your research and know that there's not going to be underage children allowed in the premises. If it's not, they can't get in there to get access to the drugs to hurt them because they're being medically given to people that are of age, that are being educated about how they can live a better life without opiates. I am off of opiates myself, and I struggle with some anxiety problems myself. And I'm very grateful for cannabis, that I can lead a normal life without having to be on Western American drugs. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Next, I have Ms. Dory Jensen, followed by Mr. David Jones.
Thank you for this opportunity. For the record, Dory Jensen. I wasn't going to speak today. This is the third time I've been here on this issue, and this commission's heard hundreds and hundreds of citizens of the area against the pot store. But unfortunately for you, probably, something happened at this meeting today. And it shouldn't have happened because, like I said, this is my third meeting. I should have been prepared for the enthusiasm this commission had for getting this business off the ground, for their income, for the taxes this county will earn. I should have known that. I'm old. I understand. I'm just naive, I guess. But I was surprised by that enthusiasm for the income. And what brought me up here was Commissioner Jung's remark about how eager she was to get this money to the schools. I'm a teacher. I've been an educator since 1976. Yeah, do the math. I have been with Washoe County since 1993. And I want you to know that that money will not affect these kids. There are 3 types of drug kids. One, the kids who were in the womb when the mother or the father, whichever when they were exposed to drugs. And that child often suffers those effects their whole life. 2, the child who's being raised by parents on drugs. This year, one of my students found her mother unconscious, had overdosed. She was in a coma for days and days. And for 4 days, they didn't know whether she had lived or not. That girl had to deal with that the whole time. She found her, tried to revive her. So that's another kind of drug student. And finally, the one student themselves on the drugs. That $70,000 license fee, that 3% or 9% will not cover the expenses it takes to educate these children to where they can be contributing members of society. Not every child's going to affect that. It's going to affect the same way, but there will be those. And I promise you, as this continues, they're not just going to be in my school. They're going to be in your kids' school, your grandkids' school, and that money will not be enough to help these kids. Just remember that. I work in Colorado on a consulting basis. They're having trouble there. Teachers are leaving there, anybody who can. So, and a lot of them came to Nevada. That's all I wanted to say. Think of what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jensen. Next, Mr. David Jones. Seeing no Mr. Jones, we will move to Ms. Cynthia Beimers. Cynthia Beimers? Hello, Ms. Beimers.
Hi. Thank you, Commissioners, for listening today. I've been up here before. I am one of the original homeowners out on that facility and out in that area of Spanish Springs, Sky Ranch Estates. I moved out there in 1984. I've been there 33 years, where my house was just there in that subdivision, the first subdivision out there. I've run into problems with the deliveries and with the times of deliveries and the operation of businesses, and I've been here before. I want to say that I brought that up, the hours, what time the trucks come in, what their hours of operation was. Anthony, cannot pronounce his last name, that works for Rise, the partner. He basically couldn't really answer that on the spot last week for me, so I present that again. Please take some highlights and some points on these issues that I bring ahead of you. Again, the hours of operation, the deliveries, how those trucks are coming in. Because if you do issue a permit, and I have to call the sheriff's department at 3 o'clock in the morning, because there's people out there with their trucks delivering, or however they deliver, if they unload their trucks and make noise, or they keep their trucks idling, I don't know that. Because as I do have to go with, as Nicole, the employee at Rice just noted, that it is unfortunate that information is not available to us. I'd like to know what information is available to us, to me. She just said that. What information is not available? Okay, so take note on that, please, the delivery hours, the way it's brought in, and the way the truck is, and everything else with that, please. Again, 33 years, I've called the sheriff on Lake Bar and Grill, on Buckhorns, on Albertsons when it was Albertsons. So without further ado, I am kind of running out of time. I just would like to say that it does say here that it will approximately have to build out 2,000 square feet. It has to build out approximately 2,000 square feet. I didn't even know that. It says right here on the Planning Commission's division. I didn't know that. Again, there's a lot of information we do not know. 33 years out there, and I do have to say, fire station, it says it's not to be presented near a community facility. Is not a fire station a community facility? Is it not? Is it not a safe haven for children? I mean, Miss Marcia, you nod your head no.
Ma'am, you need to.
Oh, okay.
address
Well,
the commission as a whole.
okay.
Thank you. Next, I have Mr. Darren Sloan.
And Mr. Chairman, Mr. Sloan earlier provided me with a handout, which I'll distribute to you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioners, for letting me speak. Just a brief background. I've been in law enforcement for 27 years in Carson City, retired last week. A little over a year ago, I took a promotion as an administrative sergeant. One of my tasks was to be a liaison with the medical marijuana establishments and our sheriff's department. With that, I did extensive training for about 3 months with the state, their inspectors and auditors. I did both Reno, Carson, and Las Vegas, Clark County, as part of the training. Just basically here to give you my experience with RISE down in Carson City. I've met the owners, I've met all the employees, I've seen the business run, I've seen the patients, I've seen how they care for the patients. In my book, they're outstanding, top of the line. Just recently, the mayor, the sheriff, board of supervisors wanted a tour, and RISE was the one that I took them to. It's just because of the cleanliness, the way it's run, professionalism. That's the one that I took them to experience what a marijuana establishment runs and looks like. I gave you the handout because I know 3 minutes isn't a lot of time. It more states in detail my training, and I'll add that it's in a strip mall, that it's located by a neighborhood. There are restaurants. I've had, well, as of Thursday last week when I retired, there were no complaints from businesses, the neighborhood. There is a convenience store that's probably 1,000 feet away on Carson Street. Just my experience overall, outstanding people, outstanding employees. Have nothing to say bad about them. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Seeing no other individuals signed in for public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for further discussion at this time. So, do I have any commissioners that would like to speak on this item? Commissioner Hartung?
Mr. Chairman, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I first wanted to apologize to my constituents and to the board for not being there today. This was a trip that's been planned for at least 6 months, and it was just an unfortunate scenario in terms of timing. So that's the first thing. The other thing, and this has nothing to do with RISE, this is a frustration for me with respect to the medicinal side. Why didn't the legislature create a scenario whereby any doctor could prescribe it and any pharmacy dispense it? We wouldn't be having this conversation because they could get it the medicinal patients could get it from anyone. So that's or anyone who dispenses pharmaceutical drugs. So that's my first comment. My second comment was the applicant started with saying that one of the things that they heard from the residents when it was next to Spanish Springs, into the strip mall and parking issues. We have the same sorts of issues on this side of the road. This is really sort of the little town center, and in fact, the Blockbuster is it's you know, the old Blockbuster is very tight in there. There's a lot of ingress-egress traffic. I think it's going to really present some problems for the center, but that's an issue for them, obviously. But I do have a question for the applicant, if I may, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, go ahead.
They've asked for a medicinal license. I'd like for them to put on record if they are only going to stay medicinal or if they have intention to go with recreational.
Commissioner Hartung, thanks again for dialing in. This is Anthony Georgiadis. Look, this is a great question, and we're not trying to dodge this topic, okay? But here's what I'll say. Right now, we are not eligible to apply for the Early Start program. Why is that? Because this facility is not operational. That's number one. Two, what we're asking is that we are treated in the same manner as the other MMEs in Washoe County. So at this point, it would be preliminary and too early for me to say one way or the other. I can't make that grant. I can't. What I'm asking is that we're treated fairly and we're treated the same way as the other operators.
Okay. If I may, Mr. Chairman, one other question. You guys have 5,500 square feet, and I know that this has to do with the CCNRs, but you're only allowed to use 2,000 square feet there. Will you use the other approximately 3,500 square feet for? Because I saw on the map of the footprint, it really showed that you were going to utilize the entire facility.
Yes, so there's a few points to your question that I would raise. One, this spot was available to us last year when we presented Eagle Canyon in front of you. 5,500 square feet, it's a lot of money. It's more than we actually want to spend, and it's too much space. The plans that you have in front of you are for, in fact, just the 2,000 square feet.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Commissioner Hartung. Commissioner Herman.
Okay, I just wanted to say thank you to the people from Spanish Springs and Levin Valley for showing up here to defend their community's rights. I appreciate that. There's two things that I was going to request when we got around to making our code for the county for locations for the marijuana facilities. One was that it was at least 5,000 feet away from a school. Number two was, in rural areas, I was going to request that it be in an industrial area. And so it doesn't fit into my thinking. But anyhow, I didn't vote for it before, and I probably won't vote for it now. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Herman. Vice Chair Burke-Bigler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A couple of points. So this facility, and Mr. Slaughter, if I'm incorrect in anything I say, would you please correct me?
You mean Mr.
I'm
Schiller?
sorry, not Mr. Slaughter, Mr. Schiller. I was looking at him, but yeah. The reason this facility is relocating is because this particular spot that they were assigned was assigned in Incline Village, and there's already a full facility operating in Incline Village that's up and running that will not only be selling medical marijuana as it is now, but once the early sale goes in, they will be part of the recreational marijuana. It's right in the middle of town. It's in a neighborhood. Kids walk past it all the time. But the truth is, we were very worried about that when it first went in, when it was first approved for that community. And by the way, it was approved by the state, not by the county. We did not have an option. The legislature thrust it upon us. And but what we found, what I've found from my constituents in Incline Village who are very, very concerned about this is they don't even know it's there. Nobody sees it. You can't put a sign out on the street saying, hey, we're here. You can't put neon, you can't put flashing signs, you're not allowed to do any of that kind of stuff. That's all controlled. And most of these facilities that are now in place, no one really even recognizes that they're a problem. I've not had any complaints from anyone in Incline Village about this facility now that it's up and running. Nor have I had any complaints from anyone in Incline Village about the fact that recreational is going to be sold in this facility. They know that. They voted, frankly, I think 72% in that community, some very high percentage in that community, to support recreational marijuana, and so they know it's going to go into their community. It has worked very, very well, and that's the reason this facility is having to relocate. It has nothing to do with the fact that they couldn't make money there. It has everything to do with the fact that there's already one facility in Incline Village. And we, as a county, were given direction by the state when we first started dealing with this medical marijuana situation to put our 6 facilities spread throughout the unincorporated portion of the county. So we have 2 in Sun Valley because Sun Valley has requested the second one. We have 1 in Lemon Valley. We have 1 in South Valleys. We have 1 in Incline Valley, or Incline Village. We have nothing in Commission District 4, nothing out in that area. So we are not in compliance with the directions we were given by the State Health Department, and that would be our reason for supporting a facility out there. Secondly, I think this facility is across the street. It's across not just an average street, but it's across Pyramid Highway. It's on the opposite side of Pyramid Highway from where we were concerned about before. No question that it's in a community of people, but all the other facilities that are in the city of Reno, that are in the county, are located in neighborhoods where people walk by them all the time. And trust me, there is probably no more traffic on Pyramid Highway during Burning Man than there is in Incline Village during the 4th of July or any other time of the year. Lake Tahoe has over 10 million visitors a year. Trust me, a big percentage of that comes to Incline Village and comes through the Incline Village areas. So I think we all have these concerns. I've never made any bones about the fact from day one that I'm fully supportive of medical marijuana. I personally am not supportive of recreational marijuana, but it is what it is, and it's been thrust upon municipal governments across the state to deal with this. And so we really are not in a position to say, no, we're not going to let you do it here. Well, I guess we could have done that back in 2013, I believe. Mr. Schiller, we could have done it back in 2013 when medical marijuana first came up. We as a county could have said at that time, no, we're not putting it in our county anywhere. We didn't do that. And so now we are where we are and we have to move forward. I went through all the documentation that I've received. I've seen a great deal of people who were in favor of it. And Mr. Schiller, perhaps you could tell us what the percentage of positive votes in Spanish Springs in the greater, what, is it broken down that far? I know what it was in District 4, but the majority of his district, the District 4 is, population is really the Spanish Springs, Wingfield Springs area, I believe.
For the record, Kevin Schiller, Assistant County Manager. District 4 on the 2016 ballot measure was 49.4%.
I'm sorry, how much?
49.4%.
49.4. So, I know we broke, for Incline Village, we actually went to the voter registrar and broke it down for our purposes so that, precinct by precinct, so that we would know. And I apparently that has not been done in Spanish Springs. But, I think it's extremely important for us to remember that there is a value to medical marijuana. And there is also a value to allowing people to run a business operation that is controlled by the state. You're not going to find any state in the nation that's better at controlling gaming than the state of Nevada. Trust me, they're going to be very good at controlling marijuana. I know it's not legal at the federal level, but that doesn't change the fact that it's legal at the state level in numerous states. And that's the scenario that we have to live with today. So, I don't know what else I can say, but I will make the motion if everybody else is ready. But
Hold 1 second. There's some other comments that I'd like to get on the record and some questions I'd like to ask. Mr. Schiller, have the applicants, and from my understanding and from reading the staff report, that the applicants have been able to address all of the pertinent issues in regards to the restrictions that Washoe County sets forward? Have they met all those, basically all those needs and restrictions that we've set forth?
Chairman Kevin Schiller, Assistant County Manager. Yes, so from a 453A, NRS 453A and NAC, that sets forth the requirements that eventually we adopted in our code requirements. So pursuant to their application and pursuant to our review, all those have been met. I would echo a couple pieces just tied to some of the concerns. Security in some of those areas were also identified in the community meeting. Again, the regulations set forth requirements tied to that and tied to those security requirements. They mentioned Lieutenant Spratley commenting at the community meeting tied to that, but that's basically a state review and a local review tied to their application and tied to that ultimate approval. So to ensure that you're aware, we would not have agendized this had we not ensured that those requirements were met pursuant to the current regulations.
Great, thank you. My comment is brief. And since last October, since we've last heard this issue, there was many concerns that were brought forward. So many of which were brought forward by the citizens of the community, and we had asked that GTI address those, take that narrative back, and come forward with some answers. One of the big questions for me was that I did not like the facility located where it was currently in a strip mall just down the street on Eagle Canyon from. They have now found a standalone building, which has definitely has at least addressed my issue of it being in a standalone facility by itself from a security standpoint. It is not directly down the street from Eagle Canyon, from the high schools, and it is across the street, Pyramid Highway, which is a busy road. I understand that children walk in this neighborhood all the time. However, these are located, the challenge that we find ourselves in Washoe County, at least in the unincorporated area, is that we don't have an abundance of industrial area that these places can go, like our two municipalities within the county do. We have a challenge that a majority of these facilities are going into commercial and neighborhood commercial areas. With that being said, we as commissioners and a county commission have to abide by the law that was provided to us by the state. And I believe, as many people do, that we need to adhere, that I believe in our 10th Amendment and states' rights. Very different than Mr. Hansen, who feels that obviously this is a federal issue. However, our state has passed this abundantly, and that was very clear in November in the election and how that went. And so I feel that that GTI has done a phenomenal job. Maybe phenomenal is a little strong, but it has done a decent job in regards to addressing the concerns of the community and bringing forward the issues that need to be taken care of. They've adhered to all of our standards that we have set forth currently and in our ordinances. And I feel that they will be good working partners with that. So that is my comment at this time. Commissioner Hartung, are you there?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry for the delay. Had to reach up and touch the mute button on my phone. The community overwhelmingly did not say that they didn't want a MME facility in Spanish Springs. They were desirous of having it in the industrial area to the north, and I understand that there were some difficult pushbacks, but for that very reason, I cannot be supportive of this, and I would make a motion that we deny GTI's application.
I have a motion by Commissioner Hartung to deny the application. I have a second by Commissioner Herman. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. I mean, wait, you said aye? I apologize. I'm getting confused here. Oh,
It's time for lunch.
it is time for lunch. So we have a motion on the floor to deny the location for movement. Is that correct? Commissioner Hartung?
Yes.
I'm trying
Motion to deny the
Deny,
location.
thank you. Okay, deny the location. Motion to deny the location, seconded by Commissioner Herman. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Please place your votes. Commissioner Herman, Commissioner Hartung, since you can't be here, we'll take that your aye as in the affirmative. All those opposed, please place your votes.
No.
No?
No.
Please affirm your votes on the board. Commissioner Hartung, yours reads as an affirmative. The motion fails with two yes votes and 3 no votes. All
Mr.
right,
Chair.
we'll bring it back to the board. Vice Chair Burke-Bickler.
I make a motion to approve the relocation of the GTI Nevada LLC's medical marijuana dispensary from the previously approved and currently designated location at 754 Mays Boulevard, number 12, Incline Village, Nevada, to the proposed new location at 9650 Pyramid Highway, Sparks, Nevada, pursuant to NRS 453A.3502, and to direct staff to notify the State of Nevada Division of Public and Behavioral Health in writing of the board's approval of the relocation request.
Second, you have to push your motion, so I can push my second.
I have a motion by Vice Chair Burke-Bickler, second by by Commissioner Jung. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Aye.
All those opposed,
Nay.
Nay.
please affirm your votes. I have Commissioner Hartung as a no vote. Motion passes with 3 in the affirmative, 2 in the opposition, with Commissioner Hartung and Commissioner Herman being in the opposition. All right. We have a passed motion. I thank you everybody for your time. We will take a short recess. Thank you, Commissioner Hartung, for joining us today.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We will be back from our recess at 3:30.